Thank you, finally. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this planning meeting of Melton Borough Council. I'm Councillor Alan Thwaites, Chair of Planning, and I will be chairing this meeting.
Sorry.
No, it's Halloween.
No.
Yeah. We okay? Can everybody hear me okay? Just the once. Great. Right, so housekeeping. In the event of having to evacuate the council chamber, please leave by one of the 6 emergency exits around the sides of the chamber. Please assemble at the far side of the front car park nearest the park entrance. Officers will be on hand to assist anyone who needs any assistance. Please put your phone to silent during this meeting. The meeting will be live streamed on YouTube this evening. Members speaking, please raise your hand if you wish to speak and speak directly into the microphone in front of you. Remember to turn it off once you've been finished. I've actually been requested to make sure everybody can speak quite loudly into the microphones because some people couldn't hear. And members voting will be by raised hands. I'd like to introduce those present. The members here this evening. To my right are councillors Jim Adcock, Pippa Allnutt, Ian Atherton, Elaine Holmes. Alison Freer is possibly going to be the substitute for Ronan Brown, but we've not heard anything at this moment in time, and Councillor Marilyn Gordon. To my left, we have Councillor James Mason, Councillor Richard Sharp, substituting for Councillor Higgins. Councillor Sharon Butcher is substituting for Councillor Margaret Glancy, and Tim Webster, who's substituting for Don Pritchett. We've had a message that he's stuck in traffic, so he will be joining us hopefully at some time during this evening. We have a team of officers present who are to my left, the Legal Services Manager, Tom Pickwell. To my right, we have Planning Development Manager, Louise Parker. The Director for Place and Prosperity, no, we don't. The Assistant Director for Planning, Sarah Legg. Then the Director for Place and Prosperity, Lydia Rusling. And the Planning Officer, Max Sanders. We also have our Democratic Services team present, assisting with the technology and the microphones, and taking the minutes, which is Adam Green and Ellen Hange. On the agenda this evening, first one is apologies for absence. As I've just mentioned, Councillor Brown, Glancy, Higgins and Pritchett have all offered their apologies for this evening. And Councillor Butcher is substitute Councillor Glancy. Councillor Freer is hopefully going to be the substitute for Councillor Brown. Councillor Webster is hopefully going to be the present substitute for Councillor Pritchett. And Councillor Sharp for Councillor Higgins. The minutes. To confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 25th of September 2025. Do I have a proposer for those minutes? Councillor Mason. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Allnutt. Did anybody have any comments? Councillor Atherton, I think, was first, and then come to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the minutes linked on in the agenda on the website, they're dated Thursday, the 28th of August, albeit the minutes do seem to reflect the meeting that was held, but the date's incorrect.
Okay, the one I've got there to sign is actually dated the 25th, so hopefully that's correct. But that'll be noted if we can. Councillor Gordon.
Yeah, it's where you've got down for the application and for Councillor Gordon, where I've put some words there. It's got Councillor Gordon issued a reminder that the Leicestershire County Council be informed of the potential parking. Could you put potential there, please? Parking situation near the proposed new school and the potential congestion caused by parents dropping off, if you could add that in, and collecting children from school by car. And then if you could just add, this is an ongoing problem with other schools within the Melton area and perhaps elsewhere. That's okay.
Are you saying that was missed from the minutes, or was that what was actually said? Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the minutes, and I know that I've just got to put potential parking, obviously, because if I don't, because it's not been built yet, they can't just put parking issues.
Okay,
but the other bit I've put on was what I had put on before for the reason for it, and it was because of the ongoing problem with other schools as well in Melton and elsewhere.
But you mentioned that on the evening.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure
Um,
about that, but I know I mentioned it before at the one before then, which is what it was on about.
This is the
Yeah.
minutes of the last meeting, so I don't think I
Yeah,
had
yeah.
that last part.
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
I can't remember doing it, can't remember,
Yeah.
but it's just explaining what the problem is and within Melton so that the county council know why I'm bringing that up, because it is an ongoing problem with schools around Melton and possibly elsewhere. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. As I said, this is minutes, not a statement. So sorry, which meeting are you mentioning there?
It's on application 23/00287.
But which meeting? Are you talking about the signing of the minutes for the meeting in August that was signed at the last meeting?
And then I brought it up at the last, yeah, it would have been August, wouldn't it? Or was it October? It would have been August, because I brought it up as a reminder, because I asked, if you remember, you went across and sat over there.
Yeah,
and it was a reminder for the council officers to send this to the county
but the
council.
point is, Carolyn, that was for the minutes before, not for these minutes that we're signing now. So therefore, it can't be added into these minutes.
The minutes are on here now. What is put down, what I put last time. It's got in the actual minutes. If you look on the minutes at PL 22, you'll see where it says Councillor Gordon issued a reminder.
Okay, well, Tom will take that away and investigate that, so we won't vote on the minutes this evening.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So we will move on. Declarations of interest. I'll kick the ball off with this one and say that as the ward councillor for the Warwick ward, I will be standing down for the first application. And as I'm a speaker, I will stay in the room till I speak, and then after that, I will leave the room. Do I have any Councillor Allnutt?
Yes. Now, I'm the ward member for the last item because it's at the top of the cattle market. I can't do what you're doing because I'm also leader of the council. And although the decision to sell the land subject to planning occurred before I even got on the council, under our new rules, I'm not allowed to stay in the room to make a comment. But Chair, with your indulgence, I just want to add that prior to the rules changing, and when this application was first published, I did raise an issue on behalf of residents about the loss of light. And I understand from reading the papers that it will be discussed tonight. So I'm pleased to see that. I make no comment, of course. And the other two things that I did raise, which were not of a planning aspect, but were raised by the objectors, I did raise with the police and with the proprietors of the cattle market on their behalf about issues around the smell from the dung from the markets.
I think that's where.
But I wanted any objectors to know that I have raised those issues on their behalf, but I will not be allowed under the rules to be in the room when the decision is taken tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Allnutt.
Thank you.
Any Councillor Butcher?
Do I need to leave for that one because I'm a cabinet member?
Are there any other members that wish to raise any more? No, that's fine. In that case, we will move on to the schedule of applications, and I will hand over to my my esteemed colleague, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me okay. So we'll move on to the application number 15/00127 outline plan permission for 175 dwellings at Melton Road, Burton Lazars. Members will recall that this was deferred from a previous committee meeting because of the lack of access to the viability reports. They've now been published pretty soon after the last meeting and have been on the portal for some time. I'm trust that everyone has managed to have access to them, if not read them. So I'm just looking around the room, make certain that everyone's content with that. Thank you very much. Could I ask then the officer to present the report, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, thank you, members. So this first slide here, this is relating to application 15000127 OUT, which is land adjacent Child's Cottage, Melton Mowbray. This is on land to the south of Melton Mowbray. Members will be familiar with the roundabout that has recently been constructed, which is known as the MMDR Roundabout 6 on Burton Road between the edge of the town and Burton Lazars. One of the access points, or the access point, sorry, should I say, into the site has been built as part of that roundabout design, and that is marked there for you on the slide in terms of that drone footage photograph that's been taken. So you're in a fairly unusual position here that you've got the site there marked out on the left-hand slide, which is your red line site plan showing the area that is for consent, and you do actually already have the access. And the application is seeking planning permission in outline for up to 175 dwellings, including the access, with all other matters reserved for determination at a future point. If I can have the next slide, please. Thank you. So just to provide a little further context in respect of this application. So this is essentially an early phase of the wider Melton South Sustainable Neighbourhood, which forms part of the policy SS4, which is the adopted Melton Local Plan, and that was adopted in 2018, covering the period from 2011 through to 2036. This is the master plan that was approved by the council at the back end of 2021, which shows the extent of that sustainable neighbourhood in terms of residential development between Burton Road, which is over there on the right-hand side, the A606, and the A607, which is over there on the furthest left-hand side of the slide. Eventually, that sustainable neighbourhood would have a local centre, a primary school, the distributor road, which will be delivered in phases to bring forward that wider development. And over on the western side there, you can see there's land that's allocated for employment use. So the site that you're dealing with this evening is that site furthest over on the eastern side on that zoomed out map. So like I say, it is allocated for housing development as part of that wider sustainable neighbourhood under that policy SS4 of the local plan as part of that wider master plan development. If I could have the next slide, please. So as part of an outline planning application, it is quite usual that you would have an illustrative master plan submitted to demonstrate that the site is capable of accommodating the development that is proposed. So this is not a set layout of the development by any stretch of the imagination. Tonight you are being asked to determine the principle of the development and the access to the site only. And this is to essentially prove that the site can accommodate the level of development that's proposed. What's useful on here is to demonstrate that it is reflective of the wider master plan that was on the previous slide. So you can already start to see there the potential for the emergence of a sort of east-west corridor through the centre of the site that would be a pedestrian and cycle route to enable that better connectivity through the site away from the highway or the southern distributor road. And you can see there just almost greyed out slightly on that master plan, we're showing there where that roundabout already has been constructed. So this application has clearly been with us for some time as the local plan went through its various approval processes. There were various proposals that came forward in terms of the Southern Distributor Road through Homes England and housing infrastructure funding. And you'll see that there's various illustrative master plans over that time that have been submitted as those various plans have altered and changed as we moved our way through. Because when the application obviously was first submitted, that roundabout didn't even have planning permission at that point. So very originally there was a priority junction that was proposed to be accessed to the site. So things have moved on substantially over the 10 years that we've had this application sitting with us, and this is the latest iteration of the master plan. But just to confirm, as I said earlier, you're not being asked to approve this master plan. This is an illustrative master plan of how the development could come forward on that site, but that is for determination at a later date as part of reserve matters. So you are just being asked this evening to determine the principle of the development with that access into the site off the MMDR roundabout 6. If I can have the next slide, please. Thank you. So there's been a fair amount of discussion around the scheduled monument, which is known as the St Mary's and St Lazarus, which is on the edge of Burton Lazars to the north of Burton Lazars. That's been considered by the Conservation Officer, and it's been considered by Historic England in respect to this planning application. We're in a fairly unusual position with this application because of the amount of history on this site relating to the adopted local plan, that we do already have a planning inspector's opinion as to how we should consider the impact on those historic assets. I'm not going to read it for you. There's a lot of text up there on the screen, and I think it was actually put back into the report as well, and copied in there for verbatim in respect of the Historic England comments as well. But it is really helpful in giving members the understanding as to how the Planning Inspectorate is dealing with considering the harm to the setting of that scheduled ancient monument should this application be approved. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Okay. So clearly the application was deferred last month because the viability assessments weren't on the public portal. They have now been there for, I think it's about 3 weeks for you to view. Those viability assessments, there was one undertaken by Chester Harcourt for the developer. As per our usual practice, we then procured a separate consultant to do an independent assessment of that. Those viability assessments have been thoroughly gone through there, and that's basically assessed that there is around about £3.5 million available to be used for developer contributions or planning obligations, as they're commonly known, should the development go ahead through Section 106. We've liaised with the County Council in that respect in terms of the adopted developer contributions SPD, which sets out our council's priorities as to how Section 106 money should be allocated to various infrastructure should there be a viability issue that is identified. And the County Council has requested that all of that £3.5 million is dedicated towards education. That includes primary, secondary, special educational needs and post-16 education and early years too. But that also does allow 7.5% affordable housing to be delivered on the site, which is half the policy requirement amount, which is similar to that which has been determined elsewhere in Melton in recent years. I'm aware that members at the briefing raised a query around whether a late stage review mechanism could be applied to this application. That hasn't been proposed at the present time, and that's an ability essentially for later on during the build, should this application be approved, that there could be a reassessment of the viability at a later state to say whether things have actually changed as time goes on. Obviously the economy moves on and build costs change, sale prices change. That is a possibility should members decide that that is something that they would wish to pursue in terms of a Section 106 and that late stage review mechanism in that Section 106, and that is obviously sits with yourselves as the decision makers. If I could have the next slide, please. So in conclusion, the application is in outline with all matters except the access reserved for up to 175 dwellings. The site's allocated in the Melton South Sustainable Neighbourhood under policy SS4 in the adopted Melton local plan, and it is a residentially led development going forwards. Officers are of the opinion that the development is in accordance with that approved master plan. The heritage aspects in respect of Historic England's objection have been dealt with the local plan by the local plan inspector, concluding that the proposed benefits outweigh the harms of the development. The In terms of the highways, the Melton Mowbray Distributor Road, which is currently under construction and due to be completed early next year, provides sufficient highways impact and sufficient highways mitigations for the 175 dwellings to be provided off the access onto the roundabout. So it does not need to provide further mitigations in addition. And there's £3.5 million available in terms of Section 106 in accordance, and that's been allocated to education in accordance with the Developer Contributions SPD, alongside 7.5% affordable housing, which constitutes 13 dwellings to be delivered on site. Just before I finish up, I do just need to make members aware that since the original report was written, one further objection to the application was received. That related to impacts on residential privacy and amenity, the timing of the Southern Distributor Road, the traffic impacts to be caused by the development, the impact on schools, the impact on primary care, and the potential loss of value to existing residential development. All of those matters have been covered in the report, so the residential privacy and amenity is covered at section 13.8 of your report, which is page 32 of your agenda pack. And just to reiterate once more, the layout and scale of the dwellings are not being considered by this application, as it's in outline only. I've already discussed about this application does not require the southern link of the Distributor Road for its highways mitigation, and the Highway Authority have agreed that the mitigation of the North and East Distributor Road and that roundabout is sufficient to deal with these 175 dwellings. That's in section 12 of your committee report at page 20 of the report pack. And the potential loss of any value to existing homes, as members will be aware, is not a material planning consideration that you can take into account in your decision making. And if it's okay with the chair, I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for a very clear and concise report. I'd like to welcome Tim Webster, Councillor Tim Webster, to the and just ask, do you want to participate in this or not? Have you been out the room, Tim?
Chair, I'll keep out this one. Obviously, I've not seen the rest of it, but the other two will be okay. I've got no declaration of interest for the next two.
Thank you, Councillor Webster. That's very clear. Thank you. Can I then call upon members of the committee to ask questions, clarification questions? The debate will follow later. Councillor Atherton.
Thank you, Chair. Could we just clarify whether this is an application in Burton Lazars or in Melton Mowbray? I know it's the Melton South Sustainable Neighbourhood, but is it actually in Melton Mowbray? And I believe it falls outside the town boundaries, or is it as per the documentation in Burton Lazars? And it may sound like a trivial point, but actually it's paramount to policy C4 in terms of the numbers of affordable housing. If the application is as per the documentation in Burton Lazars, it falls under value area 1, which calls for 70 affordable houses, rather than the 26 called for if it's in Melton Mowbray as part of the sustainable neighbourhood. So it may seem like a minor point, but it's quite significant in terms of the viability assessment, I'm sure.
No such thing as a minor point in this committee. Councillor Atherton, could I ask Sarah to answer that?
Thank you, Chair. So the site address was automatically generated using the mapping coordinates when the application was first submitted back in 2015. So that resulted in the reference to Burton Lazars, which is a postal naming convention rather than a planning designation as such. So for planning purposes, the site is clearly on the edge of the existing town boundary, but it's being assessed under the Melton Local Plan Policy SS4. So the Melton the South Sustainable Neighbourhood has its own policy in the plan. So that naming has no bearing on the planning process, the decision making or the weight given to local policies. SS4 has its own section in terms of the requirements for affordable housing, which is 15% is the policy requirement for the Melton South Sustainable Neighbourhood.
Thank you very much. One final clarification. The section 106 payments in full is some 6.5 million. Are we saying that we're only going to get the 3.5 million for education and not get any of the rest of it?
Thank you, Councillor Atherton. Yes, so the viability assessment has been fully assessed by an independent professional who's gone through both the applicant's assessment and then done their independent assessment of it. And they've concluded that there's, I think it's just over £3.5 million that's available from this particular development.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atherton. Are you satisfied with the answers? Thank you. Yeah, well, I'm satisfied that you're satisfied. Anyone else on the committee wishes to ask questions of clarification? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the report and thank you for the questions, Councillor. We'll now move on to the speakers for the evening. And on my list, the first speaker is member of the public, Steve Jackson, whether they're in the room or not. Thank you. And they're speaking and seeking a variation. Would you like to step up to the desk, please, Mr. Jackson? I seem to recall your face, so you're probably aware of the. That's okay. And that's good, because that saves me from maybe having to explain to you the workings of the microphone, etc. Okay, well, if you press the face with the in the middle, that starts. At that point, as soon as you start speaking, my friend on the left, Thomas, here will start his stopwatch. You have 3 minutes, and with 30 seconds to go, I shall give you a reminder that it's 30 seconds. Thank you.
Dear Chairman and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak as a 14-year-long local resident of 9 Kirby Lane, directly impacted by the application. My purpose in briefly speaking today is to seek the committee's consideration of only one aspect of the application, mindful it is outline and illustrative, which is to reassess the current positioning of the property designated 3BDB on the plan. I don't think it's particularly evident there, but if you look up to the PowerPoint, you can see at the top right, that's 3BDB, and furthermore in blue as well. There are 3 compelling reasons for this. Firstly, precedent. The planning committee itself unanimously decided on the 1st of February 2018 to attach an express condition to the application requiring a minimum planted buffer zone of 30 metres between the existing properties and the new development to protect the amenity of the existing properties. You can see that the 3BDB location doesn't respect this agreed minimum buffer, which is now 3 metres. This ignores both the committee's own decision and all historic reassurances given to concerned Kirby Lane residents involved in the planning process. Secondly, the 3 metre proximity to the boundaries of both 9 and 11 Kirby is unique, misplaced and anomalous, deviating from the treatment applied to all other properties on the plan, which again hopefully you can see otherwise reflect reasonable distances between them and the boundaries of all other existing properties on Kirby Lane and Burton Road even. Thirdly, if 3BDB remains positioned as currently set out, both 9 and 11 would experience potential overlooking, loss of privacy in respect of gardens and or their houses, the possibility of overshadowing into the gardens, a loss of visual amenity in terms of adversely impacting the quality, character, enjoyment and outlook of the existing area. It would look out of place. And a uniquely permanent and unreasonable proximity to the boundaries of 9 and 11, contrary to all previous planning assurances. To try and assist the committee in its consideration, I would respectfully suggest only a minor change is required to ensure fair and equal treatment of all residents being affected by this application. One easy solution already exists by moving the proposed driveway of 3BDB from the right to the left. You can probably more easily see that in the blue circled drawing. There's a driveway there, garage, you could potentially flip it to the north of the house, which creates a more reasonable increased buffer of landscape grass and drive. Thirdly, the developer at this stage still has flexibility and ability to reposition.
There's 30 seconds left, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Still has flexibility and ability to reposition 3BD in a way to account for these above concerns. There's also precedent to the left at number 13 in the way the buffer has been configured against our neighbour's property at number 13. The driveway is to the right of their house. In conclusion, I trust that's a helpful and clear summary of what I think is a reasonable case for variation, which, if accommodated, would remove any possible further objections to the outline, from me at least, going through from my perspective. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you. Would you stay there?
Of course, yeah.
Just to, you may want to respond to some of the committee's questions.
Yeah, no problem.
But before that, could I ask Sarah to respond to that a particular point regarding the buffer zone, please, Sarah, if you could do. It's before my time, I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. So there's nothing in the local plan policy of SS4 that relates to a planted buffer zone of 30 metres. I don't know if I can ask.
Yeah, I can cite you. Sorry, is that still working? I can cite you the reference to the precedent application, if that's helpful.
If I'm correct, is it the Taylor Wimpey application that's off Melton Spinney Road?
I've got the reference, which is 14/00808/OUT.
Yeah, I think from memory that is the Taylor Wimpey application, that's off Melton Spinney Road in the north of the town, near to Twin Lakes.
Right.
So that's not a policy.
No, I understood. I didn't cite it as a policy. I cited it as a precedent. So it's an equivalent build. Whilst it's not on site, it's clearly a precedent that indicates there is some sympathy for ensuring that there's a reasonable buffer between new properties and existing ones. So as a precedent, it stands, if not a policy.
So yes, that was a requirement of the planning committee, if I recall, in determining that particular planning application. The challenges that have occurred because of that requirement for a large buffer between the existing residential dwellings and the new dwellings is that it resulted in a more challenging development to design out, because there was a large amount of the land that was removed that resulted in a much more cramped development on that development site. Additionally, by having such a large grass buffer, it's essentially created a large amount of land that will be transferred to a management company on that site for those residents to be paying for the future maintenance of, that has no particular use to it other than providing that buffer. What I would suggest, should members be minded to that there is a requirement for a condition for any kind of buffer, is to consider what would be reasonable in terms of residential privacy and amenity, but also bearing in mind that we do now have, which we didn't have back in 2018, the adopted design of development SPD, which gives you more ability to look at residential privacy, amenity and landscaping in the determination of the reserve matters, and that a buffer doesn't necessarily result in exactly what you might set it out to do in the first place. Particularly if it's a large tract of land, it can cause other issues, is what I'm getting at.
Would you like to respond to that before I?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No, thank you for the history. I think that you hit the nail on the head. I think the key word there is reasonableness. So irrespective of whether it's a policy or otherwise, I think that's all I'm putting a case for. And I think you'd probably agree there's a big discrepancy between 3 metres and a decision which set a precedent, albeit varied subsequently for other reasons, of 30 metres. That's 10 times the difference. So from my perspective, I think it's a reasonable argument to put that it should be materially more than 3 metres. And I think the grounds I put forward today haven't changed from my perspective.
Yes, please do.
Thank you, Chair. So just some advice to members, should you be minded to go down that route, obviously that would be a condition, and you need to be satisfied that it is reasonable and necessary in terms of the application determination.
Councillor Atherton.
So thanks, Chair. I'm not sure I understand the full ask here. Are we talking about simply moving the planned driveway for that plot from the right-hand side of the proposed dwelling to the left-hand side, similar to that adjacent to plot 13.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
sorry.
as simple as that.
Yeah, well, it was just one. You know, I've always been brought up not to give problems, but try and suggest solutions as well. That was just one thought, which was to flip the current proposed outline illustrative location of the driveway and garageway from the right to the left.
And given that this is just outline planning permission.
Yes, can I just say that we are straying into
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to.
site,
Yeah,
a
I'm trying to
development
avoid
here,
that.
and also site design and development design, and I just want to make members
Yeah.
aware of that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm just wondering whether it's a reasonable request at this stage, given that this is outline planning permission, that we could ask the developer to take that into consideration when he comes up with his final design. I'm not saying he should or he shouldn't, but just a request that he take it into consideration.
I think that's an admirable solution, but I just want to listen to a councillor on that, please.
Thank you. I complete sympathy with what you're saying. Absolutely. But I just heard the word condition. We don't need to put a condition on it now, do we? That can come later.
Yeah, can I just say we are straying into debate, and I'd much sooner deal with questions. I think the question's been raised. I think we can deal with within the debate what we can do about the particular problem if that's. I think that is the best solution. Okay, members. Thank you. Any more questions of this gentleman? Thank you very much.
Sorry, thank you for your time and attention. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If we could call upon Lexi Dones, is it? I'm sorry if I pronounced the name incorrectly. Principal Town Planner for Pegasus Group, agent for the site, and we're speaking for the development. Thank you. Once again, you'll see a face on the button. But just ask who the other person is before we start performing.
Yeah, of course. So this is Sue Bridge from Davidson's Group, and we had a prior arrangement that Sue would sit with me to help answer questions today because I'm standing in for a colleague. So that was arranged previously.
Okay, Adam, recorded that. Okay, but thank you. That'll be fine. Okay, thank you very much. But you do realise you've still got 3 minutes. Whether you can bring an army of people, it's still 3 minutes, unfortunately. But just to go on from that, you see a button in the middle. You're probably used to that. Press the button. You have 3 minutes from the time you start speaking, and you get a 30-second warning. But thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. My name is Lexi Dones, and I'm here from Pegasus Group. I'm speaking today on behalf of Davidson's, a local family-owned house builder, and in support of this scheme. As your officers have highlighted, this application falls within an allocated site in the adopted Melton local plan. The site will effectively form phase 1 of the Melton South Sustainable Neighbourhood, an allocation that has already, through the local plan process, been examined in detail, including but not limited to potential impacts on local heritage, traffic, ecology and infrastructure. In terms of benefits, this development will deliver much needed new homes in line with the council's housing trajectory, including on-site affordable housing in accordance with the vision for Melton Mowbray in the adopted local plan. It will contribute over 3.5 million in Section 106 contributions, and it will provide public open space, sustainable drainage, and the first section of the linear park, which will connect this site and the wider Melton South Sustainable Neighbourhood to local services. Whilst the application in front of you today is for a small part of the wider Melton South Sustainable Neighbourhood, the intention is that this application will begin to unlock the delivery of the development and ultimately contribute towards the provision of around 2,000 new homes, a new primary school, a new local centre with shops and services, employment land, green infrastructure, and open space. And of course, the southern section of the Melton Mowbray Distributor Road. Careful consideration will be given to boundaries of adjacent residential properties at the reserve matters stage. The proposed access is taken directly from the recently completed Melton Mowbray Distributor Road roundabout on Burton Road. The roundabout has capacity to support 175 homes without any further highways improvements, which is why this application has been submitted at that scale. The local highway authority has fully assessed the application and confirmed that it is acceptable in terms of highway impacts and pedestrian safety and will not cause congestion on the local road network. Davidsons understand the importance of the scheduled monument of St Mary and St Lazarus to the south of the site. Whilst Historic England continue to object on this basis, this matter was the subject of extensive examination during the local plan process, where the inspector concluded that any harm from development here would fall well short of substantial harm and is clearly outweighed by the benefits of
Your 30 seconds left.
the sustainable neighbourhood and its supporting infrastructure. Through reserve matters, sensitive design and landscaping will ensure the setting of the monument is respected. In addition to there being no objection from the local highway authority, there are also no objections from any other statutory consultees to this application. All technical consultees are satisfied that issues such as highways, drainage, archaeology and ecology can be properly addressed through conditions, with the exception of Historic England. Members, this is a sustainable and carefully planned development, delivering new homes and infrastructure in the right location.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to stay there for a little while? And I'll ask members if there are any questions you'd like to. Mr. Butcher?
Going back to the Historic England, obviously they wouldn't retract what they put. So did you say you're going to build some greenery around to protect that monument? Is that so that you can't see it, so it separates it from the housing? Just trying to picture how you mean.
Chair, can I take that? The housing stands quite a long way.
Could you get close to the microphone, please?
The housing is some distance from the boundary with the scheduled ancient monument. There's a field in between. And then you have roundabout 6, which is now being constructed, and there's a significant amount of landscaping that goes with that scheme that's already been approved. And then with the application, if you look at the plan, which has disappeared, there will be a bund on the southern boundary of the site, which will be landscaped. And that is required as part of the noise mitigation anyway for the Southern Distributor Road when that eventually gets built. So there'll be plenty of landscaping between the ancient monument and the housing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Are you okay with that, Councillor Butcher? Okay, thank you. Anyone else would like to ask a question? Just one question I'd like to ask. You've heard the last speaker, and I would like to consider over time how the design will be communicated and indeed transmitted and influenced by the people in and around the site, but we'll perhaps move on to that in the debate, if that's okay. Thank you very much. If you'd like to vacate the chair, and I shall ask the chair. And I've not got the temerity to say what you have to do because you've been here before, I think. So over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I fully appreciate the demands of the current and past governments on the numbers of house builds Melton Borough Council are obliged to build, hence the wider Melton Plan of which this estate is part of. Therefore, I find it difficult to object to the principle of this outline application alongside the future wider development of the Southern Relief Road. I fully understand that this application is for outline only, so many of my requests address the committee's other responsibilities of enhancing our community with a minimum of impact to residents. I will unusually make requests by condition for the preparation and requirements of the future detailed application should this application be successful. This request is based on the fact that this is a major and prestigious gateway into our town and community. Unusually, this new development will be immediately adjacent to the boundaries of long-established residences. There is a need for further archaeological surveys in this important site. And finally, due to the local government reorganisation, this committee may not be the committee that considers the detailed application in the future. The residents I represent this evening are those along Burton Road and Kirby Lane. All properties will lose their current open aspect, but as we know, unfortunately, this is not a material planning consideration. The committee will have noticed on their site visit that unusually these long-established properties will have new builds directly connecting with their boundaries with no separation. This is a unique or at least rare situation which I believe needs special consideration. While the indicative site plan is a good improvement on the initial plans, this obviously may change in the future, and that plan has already changed to move the 175 properties into a smaller area. So I'm asking the committee that by condition the developers commit to the following. The developers will use the indicative layout presented as a starting point for a design consultation with the 11 most affected properties. The design consultation with all affected residents will agree design, layout and positioning of new build properties adjacent to their properties. Reasonable example requests are all adjacent buildings are single storey with a restriction on any living accommodation above ground floor. The direction and layout of new builds are altered to reduce overlooking. And as a principle, there will be a 5 metre building exclusion with the existing property boundaries. The design review will form the basis of the detailed future application should it come forward. To ensure all shallow graves, including the two already found, the shallow graves, including the two already found, are identified and treated with respect, I also urge that the committee add a requirement for further archaeological investigation in this site, which is adjacent to the nationally important site of St Mary and St Lazarus. Finally, to prevent urban shock that is experienced on other approaches to the town on this major gateway, that there are constraints placed on the application to design an agreed approach and maintain the current impression of entering what we proudly describe as the rural capital of food, while maintaining the separation from Burton Lazars.
Thank you very much. Bang on time, as I expect. Okay, so would a question from Councillor Arnott?
Thank you, Chair. And Chair, can I be quite honest? I couldn't quite catch all of that. Have you written to our officers with those requests? That's the first question.
No, because it's outlined, so there's a need for a change. If it'd been detailed planning, yes, I would have done.
So the essential ask is that we put a condition on tonight that we have a design contact group. What do you call it? I've forgotten what you call it.
A design consultation, as we've done with other
that would embrace all those questions. Yeah. So that. Yeah. Okay. Right.
Thank you, Councillor. I think we'll come again. This will obviously come again in debate. I'll ask for officer's advice on this, on whether you actually can do that on this application at this point. So if you could just leave it there, that would be. But we will explore that. Thank you. Anyone else would like to offer up words of wisdom, Councillor Butcher?
Can you just say the bit again about the what you was asking for about the monument?
Oh yeah, in as you have read in the reports that 2 shallow graves were found on this site which is called Field 1, and I would like that there is a bigger archaeological survey to make sure there are no other graves and that those graves are treated with respect. I think they're Roman graves from reading. I'm not an archaeologist, so, and it was quite interesting reading, not.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to ask Councillor Thwaites questions related to the application? No, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Thwaites. Would you like to leave the room now, please? I've often wanted to say that to you. But there you go. Thank you. Now turn to debate. But before we go to debate, can I just say just one thing, and we may need to touch on this throughout there's two issues for me here. One is the a community engagement that's been well rehearsed. I've got nothing to say about that. And also the affordability and viability statement that we've all read. I would like us to debate and consider most strongly that we do have a late review within the viability test, and perhaps that could be brought out through the debate. Thank you. But if anyone would like to open, Councillor Butcher, thank you.
Yeah. As I always seem to mention it, the contribution towards the 106. I'd like to see some for the primary care. And not just education, although education is important.
As I understand it, and I'll ask the officer in a moment, the negotiations regarding Section 106 are long and tortuous. I'm aware of that. The problem with Section 106 is that once you start renegotiating, you renegotiate everything. It's not just can we slice them off and put it there. You start off with a clean sheet, and you and sometimes you don't get what you want. And I'll just put that out there. It's been I think we've got away quite nicely with it going to education. I think education needs it very badly in Melton. I have to say my daughter goes to school in Melton, so I can speak quite open about that. But I would like to hear from the officer what they consider regarding Section 106. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the Council has an adopted Developer Contributions SPD, which stands for a Supplementary Planning Document. That document was adopted towards the end of 2021, and it was part of a package of items, for want of a better phrase, that were put together to enable us to support the County Council and to deliver the Melton Mowbray Distributor Road. So within that Developer Contributions SPD, there is a table, and that basically, to summarise or paraphrase, gets us to a point that says if there are any viability issues with planning applications going forwards, that's the way that we would distribute payment that is available. So priority one in that is education, so including all of the types of education, early years right the way through to post 16, and strategic highways, they're classed as priority one. Then we go on to priority 2A, 2B, 2C, and in priority 2A, it's affordable housing, and then it kind of cascades down through those requirements, all classed as being essential infrastructure to support development. So that SPD is in place, and that is your adopted policy, and that is essentially how this report has been written to you, is reflecting that adopted policy position in terms of how you should be allocating funding that is available for Section 106 where there is a viability issue that's been identified.
Thank you. So it does reflect policy. If I just ask before bringing Councillor on, could I just ask you if you would like to follow up on that, Councillor Butcher? Or would you like to think about it and come back? Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Chair, thank you. As we've opened the discussion on this particular point, I won't say what I was going to say on the other points just yet. I'll hang back. I'll go straight to the 106 issue. So I agree with Councillor Butcher that there is scope here for departing from the SPD partially, notwithstanding your wise words, and that it would be within scope. And if I can just turn to my notes to remind me of why this is the case. I'm sorry, Chair, I just gone cross-eyed for a minute. Yeah, here we go. So it's interesting that the county has already agreed to a complete departure from one aspect of the SPD, because they have taken the item in the table that's just been alluded to by the officer, which I have here. This is the SPD. So they've already taken away the highways, which in terms of the prioritisation is bang up the top with education. So they've already done that of their own volition. And they've taken that view because they say that this particular application does not have highways problems in terms of the MMDR South. So that's what they say. So we fall back on the SPD. Now, this was produced before most of us were even on this council. In fact, this application came here before we were on this council. And the SPD informs and supports the local plan. But that was some years ago, and things do move on, and we can legitimately depart from the SPD if we've got good grounds. And the grounds are these, that if you look on the SPD, the essential requirements for Section 106 are, yes, highways and education at number 1, and then 2A is affordable housing. Well, we've got a bit for that. And then 2B is primary care. Now, it is a fact that this development will add to the requirement for a GP surgery, and we must think of it in those terms. So I think there is scope, because time has moved on since the SPD was written and the local plan, and there has been a considerable delay in prosecuting the master plan, that there could be some further easement. And my suggestion is that whereas they're asking for 3.5 million plus a bit down to 14 pence, mustn't forget, I've got the 14 pence in my pocket if that's any use. Perhaps they could go down to 3.4. Now that would give some headroom for 100,000 for primary care. That's not what the ICB, the Integrated Care Board, are asking for. They're actually asking for 135. So we're not asking for the whole shot. We're asking for recognition that time has moved on. And I'm actually, it is true that the County Council is a key partner in drafting the SPD, in particular in settling the priorities. And that is quite true. And it is a statutory consultee. But I'm rather emboldened by my suggestion, because just recently the leader of the County Council, Dan Harrison, has reminded me in public that actually this is for our decision to make, and that we are free to make it. So, and I'm really encouraged by that. And I'm certain that the 4 county councillors that represent this borough would support this. So I don't think it's a big ask to top slice the education bit. Education will still be getting over 3 million. And bearing in mind, they've already announced the improvements to Longfield, so they must have some money in the bank already to do that. So I think asking for just 100,000 as a contribution for this GP surgery, which is vital, and it goes to the heart of some of the objections to this application. It won't buy the new surgery, but it will be a start, and I think that is a reasonable ask. So for the reasons that I've said, and I know the officers are capable of joining up the dots in terms of IN3 and this document and that document, that's what I would be asking for later, if we choose to approve the application. But we haven't come, in a sense, we're putting the cart before the horse. Can I say something about the viability as well at this stage, or do you want me to come back on that?
Sorry, Councillor, if we can just deal with the Section 106. I don't want to mislead you. I'm not unsympathetic to that view that you've just espoused. I've got, as you know, I'm very sympathetic towards it. But I'd just like to know at this stage, I'm at a loss to know how to carry it forward. I just want to bring in Sarah the planning officer for this scheme, just to suggest, is there a way forward? And if there is a way forward, what that way forward might be.
Thank you, Chair. And so, yes, you have your developer contributions SPD that reflects the policy of the Melton Local Plan, and that sets out your prioritisation for the Section 106 planning obligations. It is, of course, within members' gift to depart from policy should you feel that there's material considerations that indicate that you should do. And that is your prerogative as the decision-making body. So if you are content that you have set out your reasons why that should be the case, then that is, I say, your prerogative as decision makers, and for the rest of the committee to consider.
And could I just ask, how would that manifest itself tonight, Sarah, in terms of, would it be a desire or an amendment to the Section 106 via a condition or some? Okay, thank you. I'm just mindful that Councillor Holmes wanted to say something, and it may well have been on this very subject. So, Councillor Holmes.
I was going to, but I think plenty has been said about that, because this actually wasn't what I was going to talk about. But I note 175 houses, and there are only going to be 83 children. Are they not going to breed very well when they, I find that a bit odd, but still, never mind. What I was going to say, I have actually been asked by various residents in the Kirby Lane area, as the gentleman very well said, how it was going to impact on houses that are already there. I also understand, and I go by it quite often on the northern side, the wide gap between the ones on Mountain Spinney Road. I don't think probably that's the right thing, and I am also aware this is outline. We're talking about outline. We're not talking about the whole, but we are talking about outline. But I would like to put it in the minds of Davidson Homes or whoever's doing this, that I would like to have seen, yes, a bit better bund than there is. Perhaps it's not a bund, but an area. And I would like to have seen bungalows up to the roundabout. Because if you look on the other side of the road, there are bungalows but just coming into Burton Lazars. And we have got to respect, it's a very nice area to come into Melton. It's probably the nicest area to come into Melton. And I would like to think that that is how we could keep it. I'm saying this, I know that it's only outline.
If I can just say that,
Councillor
Holmes, that is, we are dealing with outline, we are dealing with
but I
access.
just wanted to put in the
mind. I think that point's, you made your point, and
right,
thank you very much for that.
I'll come back again for something else.
Thank you. No doubt. Thank you. Looking round at the other, Councillor Atherton.
So, thank you, Chair. Can I talk very briefly about the viability assessment? It's the first time I've ever read one in detail, and I have to say, I was more confused when I finished than when I started it.
Remember, I did say the word complex.
You did, you warned me, but I had to learn the lesson. So, I found it difficult to read, in part because the viability assessment throughout it refers to the house types in different ways. So it's very difficult to correlate one description of a house to another. And that came to light for me when I was looking at the market value numbers that they use, because they're the descriptions of house types are very different to the descriptions of house types in other places. But I did come across one discrepancy related to house type DH302, where in one place the market value is 250,000 and in another place it's just 240,000, and that's shown in page 9, table 3, and page 10, table 5. So there are discrepancies in the report. I also found that.
Can I just stop you there,
Yes.
Councillor Flynn? How material is that to the to overall sum? How material is a £10,000 difference in unit?
It's one of a small number of discrepancies that leads me to believe that the viability assessment is not as accurate as it could be, and maybe needs to be revisited.
Yeah. Can I just say that when you say the viability assessment, which viability assessment is it? The applicants, or is it
The applicants?
The applicants,
Yeah.
okay. But bearing in mind this has been checked out by our own.
It has, and indeed our own independent assessor calls some of the assumptions made into it in question.
If we can just stop, this is what
Yep.
This is why it was. I was the councillor that asked for a late stage review. Let's come clean, because obviously I've been through both reports, looked at them, and the way that the shall we say the house types have been attenuated across both reports to get more bang for the buck. Actually, it's in our favour the way that they've attenuated the viability assessments, but I'm very mindful that they may well be attenuated in the future, and so we need to be absolutely certain that when they are delivered, physically delivered, that viability assessment is correct or within bounds, and this will come out in that wash.
And that's where I'm going, Chair. If you'll just indulge me a little bit. So the main report, Appendix 1 and Appendix 1, to me showed different things, and Appendix 2 of their report was just, well, it was just unreadable, I'm afraid. Now, I have a concern about the numbers of different types in relation to Melton Plan Policy C2, which is talked about in the report. According to Policy C2, the minimum number of 2-bed houses should be 30%, the minimum number of 3-bed houses 35%, the minimum number of 4-bed houses 15%. That translates to 53, 61 and 26 respectively, but we're planned, according to this outline plan, 47, 57 and 71 respectively. So the housing mix doesn't quite tally. Now, I accept that we can vary that housing mix in order to make the numbers work for all kinds of different reasons, but it and our own independent assessment highlighting discrepancies or disagreeing with some of the assumptions made leads me to believe that we should treat this viability assessment with respect, but with a bit of contempt also, I guess, because
I think caution's the word.
That's maybe a better word. Yeah, with a bit of caution. And I do think when we get the final plan, the detailed plan proposal, that we need an up-to-date, accurate viability assessment. So I think all things considered, given this is an outline planning proposal, and given some of the things that we've heard tonight, there are one or two things that that the planner, the developer, should take into account, not least of which is the separation. I think we should, before long, move to accept this outline plan, but treating some of the detail in it with, as you say, with caution.
Thank you. I do believe that we have checks and balances in the system. The only thing that we don't have a check and balance at the moment is the design process. But Councillor Honour.
Chair, a small word of complaint to all of my colleagues who are speaking. We are talking as though we've made the decision and we haven't discussed the objections, and I think we ought to do that in a moment. But I want first to just mention a comment or two about the viability study. Now, I've said in the past that viability studies are a bit, Well, they're not an exact science. They never have been. And that's because the 106 money doesn't come from the developer. It goes onto the price, the sale price of the house. And we sat around in this committee often enough discussing how much it would add to the price of a house. So forget the 106 side of it. The viability is about the profit margin that the developer will make. Now, that's not a dirty word. We're all in favour of business, and businesses make profit. So the businesses who are, in this case, developers, are simply saying, well, if you want us to do a few of these other things, like low-cost housing, etc., we've still got to sell the houses, and that's where the viability comes in. And then, of course, the mix of the housing affects what prices you can get from it. So I've always been, I wouldn't say cynical, but certainly cautious, to use your word, Chair, about viability studies, which is why we employ a separate agent to verify the viability study. So I'm reasonably relaxed that what we've got from the report from our company shows that it's within scope. So and on that basis, if we approve it, then I would go with the idea that we should review it later to make certain we've got the numbers right.
If I can just say, I think we are getting hung up on the viability statement.
Yeah.
Having gone through it, it's very formulaic in its approach. It is set down in a practice document by the RICS. I don't think we need to look at the viability statements. I think we need to look at the practice notes from which the viability statements emerge from. And I think as a council, we should be looking at that element as well, because there are set limits on if you like, profit levels to use. But I do think we should move on from the viability statement. I think we've got a check and balance in the system. In fact, I know we've got a check and balance in the system. And if you like, that for me, having read the room or read the committee, then there is a will for a condition to put in that we do get one. Am I pushing on an open door there? Okay.
Now talk about the objections, the objectors and their points, because after all, I don't know if they're all here for this, but you know, we mustn't play lip service to it. We've got to address their objections. Now, I think that because of the history of the master plan being encompassed within the local plan and so on and so forth, during that process, as I understand it, the then councillor for Burton Lazars and parish councillors did raise some of these points then, and the inspector took a view. So in a sense, those objections have been answered. But there is one particular objection which I think is valid, and that is the question of highways. Now, the Highways Authority have clearly said no problem. But today, even, there is an announcement in the press that the County Council are putting weight limits on roads in this town, including Burton Road, I believe. So there is an issue, and it's raised in one of the objections about basically what I call rat runs. They call it something else, but it's Norfolk Drive and Ankle Hill, and you can add to that Edenvale Road, Mill Street. And there is an issue there, which will have to be addressed.
How does it affect this particular application?
Well, I was just about to say that my conclusion is that those particular worries, which are legitimate, don't affect this application as such. But it will get worse during construction period, and really, if we don't get the MMDR south, it will continue to get worse. So that going forward, that's what we've got to think about. But in my opinion, I wanted to address the objection that was raised by the objectors because they deserve to be heard, Chair.
Absolutely, but I think this may be covered in the construction management plan with regard to the way that deliveries are forthcoming to the site and one thing and another. So I do think again there's a check and balance in the system which actually covers these objections of for the construction period of the site ongoing. Whether or not there's weight limits on roads is not a part and parcel of this application, and I really do think we should move on.
If you're insisting, I'm happy to move the recommendations with the amendment that I've already stated then.
Yes, can I just, Councillor Gordon, and then we'll move on to.
One of the things I wanted to bring up was sometimes there was construction traffic, I think it was last year, and there was a lot of problems with big lorries going along Valley Road and Edendale Road. And there was a lot of complaints about it. Then we thought we'd get it finished and, we get it sorted. And then they started coming down there again. Now, the thing is, and I think this is to do with county as well, is to have signposts to say that construction traffic shouldn't come down, but
I'm sorry, Councillor, but this is this directly associated?
It could be, yes.
Well,
it
could.
Yeah.
There's lots of coulds in
yeah. Well, it's just that I just wondered about getting signposts, and there was a lot of problems with not having them, which would be good if we could.
Hopefully, that would be teased out during the construction management plan.
Yeah, hopefully.
Which would take care of this.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can put some sort of directive, within our planning document to direct the developer in that direction.
It's just that they seem to be flaunting it. They just seem to cutting across there anyway when they shouldn't be doing it, and they know they shouldn't.
I can't help people that flaunt, Councillor. But I would like to move on. I would like to understand what proposals they'd like to put forward over and above the recommendation with regard to, if you like, design, a late stage review, and indeed your point, Councillor Arnott.
If you want me to put it into words, I would say that paragraph 2 should be amended so that the amount attributed to the education contribution is reduced to 3,428,184.14 pence. So it goes down from 3.5 to 3.4, and the addition of a primary care contribution of £100,000, and then so that would be the amendment there, and then to add in that a late stage review is included as a point 3, and then the fourth point was the point raised by the ward member in terms that I can't quite repeat, but I'm sure the officers have got it written down. It was for
Are we talking about the archaeology for the graves?
yes, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. If I can just respond on the archaeology point, there are already 2 conditions on the application, which are at 15.17 and 15.18 of your report. So there has already been a written scheme of investigation undertaken, a field walking survey dated the 28th of April 2017, and then further trial trenching that was undertaken and reported in August 2017 as well. The challenge, I suppose, so the second condition is that a programme of archaeological mitigation informed by those reports needs to be prepared and implemented and submitted. Further archaeological works are very expensive, have not been required by the archaeologist, so they're satisfied that enough has been done to mitigate that, and could quite severely adversely impact upon that viability of the scheme, and therefore when we get to a late stage review mechanism there might be even less.
I don't know. Oh, go on, Jim.
I've been signalled prior to that by Councillor Butcher, but I will come back. Yeah. I'll go back.
Yeah. Could we add on about what the gentleman said about the buffer and the condition for the design consultation with the neighbours?
Is that appropriate?
Thank you, Chair. So there is a condition already within your reports. So we're back at 15, part 15 of your report. So condition 14 and 15 in particular. So condition 14 requires a landscape and ecological management plan, including long-term design objectives, management responsibilities and maintenance schedules for all landscaped areas to be submitted. As previously advised, I'd be very careful about suggesting a specific size of type of buffer. And I would suggest that your policies that you already have in your design of development SPD and policy D1 of your local plan are sufficient in terms of protecting the residential amenity and privacy of existing residents. I can't condition a requirement for consultation with particular residents going forward. That doesn't meet the tests to be a planning condition. However, the developer is here. You've seen them. You know, they've heard you very loud and clear. We have heard you loud and clear, and we can ensure that that consultation through any kind of pre-application process that residents are involved insofar as they can be along that process. And obviously there's the statutory consultation processes that must take place before we can determine a planning application as well.
Are you content with that, Councillor Butcher? Thank you. Councillor Adcock, and then, sorry, Councillor Adcock, and then I'll move on to proposal as it stands.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, we're talking about changing the figures. If we change the figures now, can we change them again? And if so, when?
That's a question for my officer to my right, I believe. I can't answer that.
Thank you, Chair. So the section 106, if you agree to this planning application, will set that out into exactly what you've stated that money should be allocated to. The late stage review mechanism essentially would be at a point in time when the development is being delivered on site. So we have accurate sale prices, accurate build costs, etc., to be able to reassess the amount that is potentially available. What the council doesn't have the opportunity of doing is then changing where we decide that money should be spent unless we can get the developer to agree to a deed of variation to that section 106 agreement. So that is set today. There's nothing to say that they wouldn't necessarily agree to that change, but that would have to, it's obviously has costs associated with it in terms of legal agreements being redrawn, and it would be in negotiation with the developer as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The debate closes. So are you proposing recommendation of this with the amendments as you've outlined, Mr. Councillor?
With the amendments, except that I won't go forward with the archaeological one on the basis that we've been advised that this will be quite expensive and may come off during a reassessment of viability. It will reduce the quantum for 106. And to be quite frank, I'm not so fussed about digging up Roman graves. I'd rather have a surgery for mums who are pregnant mums, frankly. And I would say that to Alan quite bluntly. I think it's a choice, and my choice would be stick with the present. We've done quite a lot for archaeology recently.
So you proposed that with the amendments, and I'll just give 5 minutes for the.
Yeah.
But I'll just take one comment from Councillor Gordon.
I think it's really important to put that down. Archaeology, it's really important for the history, and we've got a lot of history in Melton that we've still got to discover, and I think we should put that down in the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. But I think you'll find that that's already covered in the conditions with regard to archaeology. This goes above and beyond that, but I do think the conditions as laid out within the planning document do cover that, Councillor Gordon. So I'm quite prepared to leave that as it is. So I do have a proposal. Have I a seconder? Councillor Sharp will second it. You want to read out? So I'll read out what the conditions will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So what I've noted down, Councillor Arnott, in terms of your proposal is essentially approve in accordance with the report, so the conditions as listed in there, and then the section 106, essentially exactly as it states, but you're reducing the education contribution by exactly £100,000, and that's to be towards primary care instead, so the NHS essentially for primary care in Melton Mowbray. The way that section 106 is normally worded for primary care is that it is just considered for primary care rather than specifying exactly where it goes, but for primary care within Melton Mowbray, and a late stage, I can put my teeth back in, a late stage review mechanism as well.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Arnott? Any comment?
Just on that, if it going to LCC and it gets turned down, how do we stand then? Because it's turning down something that you proposed. The contributions, that's set by usually LCC, isn't it? Which Pip says we can alter. But if it's if they turn it down because we've altered it, is it legal to, or it doesn't matter? That's all I just wanted to find out. That was all.
Tom just said it's clear that it's our decision to do so. We happy? Right, can the proposer, I have a seconder, can I have a show of hands to approve the application, please? It's unanimous, apart from who abstains from that. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening to that. We'll collect our chairman and bring him back in. He can sit in his chair. But if you want a comfort break for 5 minutes, please take one. And can we be back here when that clock says past, please? Thank you.
can everybody start making their way back? Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll bring this meeting back to order, and we will move into application 24/01038/FUL, the land at Stygate Lane, Pickwell. And I think we'll call Max to make the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. Members may recall that we considered this application at our meeting in August, and it was debated at some length and deferred for further consideration and clarification on certain objectives and policies that were listed by councillors, and those are addressed in the updated revised report that's before you this evening. So just to refresh our memories of the main points, the site is land at Stygate Lane near Pickwell. It's a full application for ground-mounted photovoltaic solar farm with a capacity of up to 49.99 megawatts. So that's just below the current limit of 50 that can be considered by a local planning authority, with associated equipment, infrastructure and ancillary works. The next slide, please. Just to remind us of what a modern solar farm looks like, this is one that we currently have in the borough, is one of 3 that we already have in the borough. This one's at 6 Hills. And you can see that the panels are up to 3 meters tall, surrounded by an open mesh fence. That's the same type that's proposed for this application, and that there's grass growing around and underneath the panels. Thank you. Next slide. So the proposed site we can see here as an artist illustration in 3D. The separated site that's up to the top right of the image is in Rutland. That's closer to Whissendine, and the larger part is in Melton. Pickwell is off to the left off the screen. You can see the square field that's excluded from the site, but surrounded by it. And you can also see the cutouts for wildflower meadows along Stygate Lane, 2 wildflower meadows there, and a 3rd one up on the Rutland side. Next slide, please. So over on the right, you can see the smaller part of the site in Rutland. That's where the connection to the grid would be, because there are existing overhead power lines crossing that site that would be connected to. And on the left, you can see the Melton parcel. The orange shading is for the 3 wildflower meadows that are proposed in Rutland. That would be next to an existing pond. And in Melton, they would be along Stygate Lane to ensure a separation and a buffer from 2 houses there at Marylands Farm and Windy Ridge Farm. And you can also see the triangular yellow area, which would be where the community garden and orchard would be. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, this was deferred following a debate at the meeting in August. Members asked for clarification on a number of objectives of the neighbourhood plan, the Somerby Parish Neighbourhood Plan, and policies. I'm not going to read them out to you because these are contained in the report, but the issues addressed in the paragraphs that are numbered there. Next slide, please. And the same applies here with those policies, mostly from the neighbourhood plan and also one from the Melton local plan, EN6. These are all addressed in the report. Next, please. So just going back to the Somerby Parish Neighbourhood Plan, Policy ENV2 is a policy that identifies 69 sites within the parish which have either archaeological, historical, or ecological importance locally, or in some cases more than locally. And I just want to bring your attention to some of them. In green, you can see some ecological designations. Those are outside the site, but close to it. P21 is a belt of trees, which marks the boundary of the site with Belmont Farm, previously called Stygate Farm. And below that, you can see P20, which is a small wood. And again, those are both outside the site, but close to it, adjacent to it. And in brown, you can see 3 archaeological finds with MLE numbers. These are finds that are recorded on the Leicestershire County Historic Environment Record. And I'd just like to bring your attention to the fact that all 3 of those in brown are within the site. This has been corrected in the report that you have before you this evening. The August report did contain an error in that it said that 2 of them are just outside the site in the next field. Actually, all 3 of them are within the site. And that's shown in brown on the plan there. Next slide, please. Also in the Somerby Parish Neighbourhood Plan, we have policy ENV8, which designates these 3 areas that you can see coloured as local landscape character areas. And just to show you, approximately circled there in blue is roughly where the site is. It's within one of the local landscape character areas, number 3, the back slope. Next, please. Another policy in the neighbourhood plan is ENV9, which designates certain important views within the parish. And you can see those marked in brown on this plan. Roughly circled in blue is where the site is. And you can see that none of those important views is within the site. Thank you. So let's remind ourselves of what the proposal is as regards ecological enhancements on the site. It would be a biodiversity net gain of just over 50% as regards habitat units. For example, because of all the grassland that would be planted, the trees and so on. In terms of hedgerow units, a net gain of 23% compared to what's there at the moment. And this would comprise new hedges, those would be native species, new trees. A community orchard is proposed with a community garden and a foraging area for berries and nuts and so on that the public could help themselves to. There would be 3 wildflower meadows, 2 in Melton, 1 in Rutland. There's a condition to require grazing on the site, most likely by sheep, and also to require a strategy for beehives on the site. Those would be in the wildflower meadows. And bird boxes, bat boxes, log piles for invertebrates and so on are proposed. There'd be 4 types of grass. One would be a wildflower meadow mix. There'd also be a species-rich grass around the perimeters of the solar arrays, a grazing mix for the sheep grazing among the solar arrays, and amenity grass in the garden area. Thank you. Just to show you in more detail, you can see that triangular area above. That's where the community garden, orchard and foraging area would be. You can see it shown in more detail there. And you can also see the purple dashed line, which shows you where the public right-of-way, the public footpath, passes through. Thank you. The councillor did ask me for some specific information about what the proposals are for the public footpath. This is the public footpath. It doesn't cover the additional permissive paths that are also proposed. So the length of it is 1.1 kilometres as it passes through the site. So typically at a typical pace that would take you 10 or 15 minutes to pass through. The width, the path itself would be 2 metres wide with 4 metre wide verges of wildflowers and grass on either side. So that's at least 10 metres width between the hedges that would flank it. I was asked about the space on the other side of the hedge or fence and the nearest arrays on the other side. At the moment, we have indicative layout plans, so I can't give you a precise figure, but I can tell you that it's normal practice for the developer to leave typically 5 meters, and that's really for their own convenience. They need to get around the solar arrays to maintain them and to ensure that they're not overshadowed. And I was asked about the significance of the public right-of-way. It's a local public right-of-way. It's a local footpath. Public footpath is not part of a long-distance or regional route. And regarding the maintenance, there is a condition at the end of the report, which is recommended to require the submission of a final landscape and environment management plan, which would set out, we have an indicative one at the moment, but to require a final one, and the condition would require compliance with that as regards maintenance of the hedges, maintenance of the paths and so on. But the proposal is to grow the hedges to 3 meters tall and to maintain them at that height. Thank you. And just to remind ourselves of where the parking spaces would be, these are shown by the green star and the yellow star on Stygate Lane. There would be 4 parking spaces for use by members of the public who want to visit the site, use the permissive footpaths, use the new fitness facilities that are proposed there, the dog agility course, visit the garden or the orchard, and so on. So 2 pairs of parking spaces. The green star is opposite where the existing wind turbine is, and that would be fitted with electric vehicle charging points for 2 cars, which would be free for the public to use. And there's a condition to ensure that they would be free. And the yellow star is for 2 parking spaces for ordinary vehicles. Thank you. I'd like to draw your attention to 2 errors in the report. I do apologise for these. The report is an amended version of the report that was before you in August. It's been revised, but there were 2 paragraphs that escaped my attention when I revised it. Those are 13.3 and 13.5, and this is the corrected text. So 13.3 should read, the most relevant policy in the Melton Local Plan is EN10, which is considered to be broadly still applicable, despite being more than 5 years old. This is consistent with the view that was taken earlier this year by an appeal inspector and by the Secretary of State at a called an inquiry appeal for a solar farm application in this borough. And the corrected text for paragraph 13.5 should say, for these reasons, it's recommended that planning permission be granted, subject to appropriate and necessary conditions. Thank you. And just to remind ourselves that the National Planning Policy Framework, most recently updated in December of last year, says that when determining planning applications for all forms of renewable and low carbon energy developments and their associated infrastructure, local planning authorities should not require applicants to demonstrate the overall need for renewable or low carbon energy. So the question to consider is not, do we need this solar farm? That's not a relevant consideration. The question is this particular site suitable for development as a solar farm? And that's the question that we'll be considering this evening. Next, please. So just to summarise the harms, there would be harms arising. There would be localised landscape harm, and that carries substantial negative weight in the balance in the view of officers. There would be harm to views, particularly from public rights of way, and again, that carries substantial negative weight. There would be less than substantial harm at the low end to the significance of some designated heritage assets, and that carries limited negative weight in the planning balance. The land would not be used for arable farming for approximately 42 years. That's 40 years for the operational period and about a year for installation and about a year for decommissioning. That carries very limited weight because we can still use it for farming, for the grazing of livestock. And there would be a loss of habitat for skylarks. Now, I've given that neutral weight because there is a condition requiring the provision of compensatory habitat on nearby land for skylark nesting. So that would ensure that skylarks are no worse off overall than they are currently. Next, please. So on the other hand, there are benefits. A major benefit would be the provision of 49.99 megawatts of clean renewable energy. And of course, that would contribute towards national targets and that carries very substantial weight in the planning balance. Separately to that, there's a contribution to national energy security, and of course that's because it's domestically produced energy, regardless of whether it's renewable or not. It's domestically produced, it reduces the need to import energy, and that carries substantial positive weight. The diversification of the rural economy with the dual use for grazing as well as for renewable energy carries moderate positive weight. The resting of the soil under grass for 40 years to recover carries limited positive weight. The provision of beekeeping hives would carry limited weight, positive. There's a condition requiring a local employment and training strategy to ensure that there would be benefits to local people in terms of jobs and training, and that would carry moderate positive weight. Provision of leisure and fitness facilities and the electric vehicle chargers carries moderate weight. The environmental enhancements carry substantial positive weight. I've mentioned those already. Archaeological investigations, there have already been a lot of archaeological investigations on the site, but there are some more still to be done, which are required by a condition. So that carries moderate weight because, of course, it could add to our understanding of the history of the area, depending on whether anything is found, of course. And there's a proposal to improve surface water drainage from the site so that less water would enter the brook in the valley than does now, and that carries limited positive weight. Next, please. So the recommendation is to grant planning permission subject to the agreed condition when confirmation has been received from the County Council's ecology team that they've received their monitoring fee for the biodiversity net gain and that they're satisfied in that regard, and of course subject to the conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Do any councillors have any questions for clarification from the officer? Councillor Butcher.
Put jobs and training gain. What jobs are we talking about and numbers?
Yeah, there's a condition listed at the end of the report that requires the submission of a strategy to ensure that there are jobs and training opportunities for local people so that we get some economic benefit locally in that regard. And this would be during the construction period. The construction period would last about 9 months plus another 3 months for testing. Because of course during the operational period, the 40-year operational period, there would be nobody employed on the site. It would be monitored remotely with maintenance checks occasionally. But of course, renewable energy and solar farms in particular are a burgeoning part of the economy. So this training and employment strategy could be a springboard for particularly young people starting new careers to get started on a career in renewable energy.
Any other councillors? Councillor Sharp.
EV charges, sorry, EV charges, is it a trickle charge or is it a fast charge going to be?
I don't know the answer to that question, but we can look into that when we discharge the conditions.
Councillor Gordon.
Yeah, I'm not sure you'll be able to answer this. I'm not sure because I think it needs to go to the applicant. If a panel or more needs to be replaced, how long would it take and what amount of disruption or disturbance would that involve?
Well, the site will be monitored remotely, and there will be checks typically about 1 a month by a small crew in a van. If any repairs are needed, those would be carried out as necessary. It wouldn't be, as is the case with any development, a building doesn't need further planning permission to carry out repairs, and the same would apply to a solar farm. So those repairs would be carried out as and when needed, and that wouldn't really have any planning implications. That would be regular maintenance. It wouldn't be likely to cause any disruption or disturbance to neighbours or in terms of road users.
So if there's any extra lorries that's needed to come on, if they did need a panel to be replaced or more, not just one, so it wouldn't cause too much disruption?
No, there would be space within the site, so it wouldn't be necessary, for instance, for lorries to remain on the road. They'd be able to enter the site.
All right, so they'd just be sort of coming in, dropping off and going. Got
Exactly.
you. Yeah,
Exactly.
thank you.
Councillor Allnutt.
I'm not certain whether who I should direct this question to, but we were told that we must not consider the need for solar panels per se. The nation needs solar panels, therefore we don't have to question that. We just question it on this particular site. But in the list of benefits, we are then told the biggest benefit is the production of all this electricity. It does seem to me that if we mustn't consider the need for them in the first place, it shouldn't be in there as a benefit. As such, there seems to be a slight imbalance there, particularly when you look at all the other benefits, which are much less so. So it's a question. Yeah, that would do for the moment.
Well, shall I come in there and basically say, as you know, Councillor Allnutt, all planning decisions are based on the harm versus the benefit, and they're all judgment calls at the end of the day. There are very few black and white rules. So and again, as you know, the government have put a high demand on the production of clean energy or green energy. So therefore it has high benefits. I'm not sure if that's answering your question, or whether it's pedantics around the actual panels, or does that answer your question, or would you like something more technical?
I don't know whether it answers the question. I'm just a bit confused by the whole concept that you can rule out of our consideration national policy, but then rule it in again when as a benefit. It seems to me there's an imbalance there.
But there isn't when it comes to the planning inspectorate, which have demonstrated on many occasions where they put the weight of different things, whether it be clean energy or be it the
if the law officer can confirm that the inspector would say I'm wrong, then I'm happy to hear that, but I need to hear it if that's a definite case.
I'll pass to Max first about maybe the appeals situation, because that may help.
Yes, there have been a number of appeals on solar farms this year. The vast majority of them have been approved. I'm aware of a couple that have been dismissed for particular reasons that related to harm to those particular sites. For example, there was one that was dismissed because a better layout was possible that would have caused less harm. I'm aware of one that was dismissed on the grounds of best and most versatile agricultural land being used, which is not really an issue in our case. But I think the key point to remember is that what we are determining here is whether this particular site is suitable for use as a solar farm, rather than whether we're in favour of solar farms in general.
Councillor Gordon, then Councillor Holmes.
Thank you. If this does go through, because I haven't made my mind up yet, but could you ask the applicants if they could perhaps...
Well, you will have the opportunity maybe later, because the applicant will be speaking.
Oh, he will be.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
I'm just double checking, actually. Yes, sorry, they are. Yeah, so we could leave that there. Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sure I've read it, and I'm pretty sure that if we turned this down, then the other part wouldn't be able to continue.
Exactly. Should be part of the debate rather than we're talking about clarification from the officer at the moment.
Thank you ever so much.
Yeah. So would you like to bring that back later?
I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Butcher.
Can you just explain the section 106 in 14.2, I think it is, where I can't quite make out what it's on about.
In this case, there is no need for a section 106. There are quite a lot of conditions to be applied, but there's no need for a section 106. Now that's separate to the Community Benefit Fund, which has been mentioned by the applicants to local community members, but that's not a planning issue. That's a separate issue that would be dealt with locally. But there's no need for a section 106 in this case.
Any other questions for clarification? No. In that case, we will move on to the first speaker for this, which is Councillor Carl Powell of Somerby Parish Council. Talking against, if you'd like to come forward. Thank you, Mr. Powell, or Councillor Powell. Not sure if you've used this before, but there's a little face in the middle of the pad. If you press that, it should turn red, at which point you'll be live. And so once you start speaking, Tom will time you for 3 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second warning before the end, and if you finish within that 30 seconds, it'd be much appreciated. Thanks very much.
Mr. Chairman, Committee, I'm Carl Powell for Somerby Parish Council, opposing the proposal. I think we have now established that our local and neighbourhood plan policies are the statutory starting point for determinations, not the NPPF, as you were told in August. The NPPF is only a material consideration. The NPPF does advise us to give significant weight to the benefits of renewable energy, but I can see no policy justification for the officer's report advising you to give it very substantial weight. The NPPF says significant, not very substantial, and there's no reason for you to give it more weight than any more reason for you to give it more weight than the NPPF says than less. We've also established that our relevant local plan policies are not out of date. One such policy is EN1. This is a highly material policy because it's about landscape, but it's hardly mentioned in the officer report at all. If we want to apply policy EN1, and I think we must, that means asking whether this proposal is sensitive to its landscape setting and enhances its distinctive qualities, or whether, on the contrary, it has an adverse effect on the area's local distinctiveness. Your own consultant answers those questions for you. Significant negative landscape impact and substantial negative visual impact. Significant negative effect, which should be given substantial adverse weight. He also says these harms cannot be effectively mitigated. That's your consultant. Local plan policy EN10 and neighbourhood plan policies ENV8 and ENV13 are at least as relevant. The same harms make the proposal contrary to them as well as to EN1. There are considerations other than landscape character, visual impact and renewable energy, but those are the big three here, the ones with significant or substantial weightings in the reports. As local and neighbourhood plans are the basis for determinations, we think it would be only rational and reasonable for the harms contrary to 4 local and neighbourhood policies to outweigh the benefit to a single material consideration in the NPPF. On these grounds, we kindly ask you to refuse, but I am very willing to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for doing within the time. Well practiced. And I'd like to ask any councillors if they have any questions for the speaker. No, I think you've got a clean run. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for your speech. Next, I'd like to call a member of the public, Jan McCourt, talking against. If Jan, or Jan, sorry, would like to come forward. Thank you very much for your time this evening. Again, you'll see the small face on the base. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, sorry, go.
The planning officer's acknowledgement of the, thank you, whoever switched that on, of the section about EN10 changes, debatably, the information that I had with which to prepare my 3 minutes. I'm going to read the same 3 minutes because it's very important on that subject, but I want to acknowledge that our information has changed because we've only worked on the basis of the report as received and as made public.
Okay, and we'll come back to that at the end. So when you're ready, please start with your 3 minutes, and as before, you'll get a 30-second warning.
Were it not for the determination of the councillor members of this committee, this application would have been waved through on the basis of an appallingly misleading planning report. The latest planning report continues the theme of obfuscation and misrepresentation. I am the neighbour referred to in 102812. Our land does not flood sometimes, as stated in the report, but once the water table has risen, very frequently. This flooding removes our role as a protector of the catastrophic levels of flooding suffered by Whissendine. This will definitely worsen as a result of this development. RWE have used the consumer cost argument repeatedly in its search for support. Last week, 3 senior executives of the largest electricity providers testified to Parliament that the non-commodity and legacy costs of these projects mean that even if the charge for power were to drop to zero, the actual cost to the consumer will continue to increase in the years to come. Local press has highlighted the misleading nature of the opinion canvassing exercise carried out by RWE, an example of which is a 90-year-old friend of mine approached for her opinion in Oakham. She had no idea what she was putting her name to, and her family is very concerned at the way in which her views have been distorted. I appreciate that some councillors have been clear that they will ignore the stats produced by this exercise. Nevertheless, it stinks as a tactic of deception. The creation of access along the brook, heralded as a positive, will reduce, not increase biodiversity. This is not an objection to the use of solar per se, but as noted even by the planning officer on page 35, the site is on the side of a valley, quote unquote. It is the topography and catastrophic effect on the landscape that militates against approval. The officer confuses field patterns with field boundaries in his continued condescension towards objections. Lastly, I'm advised that the approach to the planning report remains fundamentally flawed from a legal perspective. The report continues to treat the MBC plan as irrelevant by its reference to being no longer up to date. This, that it has not been updated, does not remove its relevance. The report is therefore misinforming members in its reference to EN10. The officer is seeking to apply the doctrine of tilted balance in a way in which it should not be applied, as the reference to the local plan as no longer up to date incorrectly implies that this is no longer of relevance. Therefore, it is legally incorrect to tell members that they must find adverse effects which significantly and demonstrably outweigh the numerous benefits of the development. It remains the case that MBC's own landscape officer has said that there will be significant negative impact on the landscape which cannot be mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask a question in a moment, but just to put one point that you mentioned in there, the officers have to follow the rules in all respects when they're making these reports, that it's not their personal opinion. So it is the rules that they're needing to follow. So I just want to make that point. But you made a point at the beginning that some of the information has changed, which as the officer actually did explain, has changed. What would have changed in your speech had you known that earlier?
Well, the problem, as has been discussed on many occasions with having only 3 minutes, is there are all sorts of, one has to prioritize the points upon which one makes an objection. And there are so many different points that was obviously an absolute key that came up and was pointed out in the legal advice that I sought on behalf of 65 odd local residents. I considered, obviously, as I saw that change made at the very last moment, I considered dropping that out. But actually, the point of the tilted balance reinforces, hopefully for councillors, the basis upon which they should be, and I don't mean to assert authority over the members, they should be making their decision. So I decided on balance to leave it in.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure it didn't change anything fundamental within your argument. And I think you just basically said, no, it's not changed anything fundamental.
I would have used those vital seconds potentially to better effect. But even with the best of my ability, I could not redraft that within the last 5 minutes.
Okay, I understand the restriction of 3 minutes.
Well, I'm answering your question.
Councillor, yes, sorry, yeah, no, Councillor Olnett.
I'm going to do my best to assist you have a bit more time, I think.
Thank you very much.
Can you just talk about flooding?
Yes.
I'll just ask on that area because it's a sort of a bête noire of mine, really. You said that the officer's report suggested it was sometimes it flooded, and you're saying that it floods more frequently than that. Is that correct?
Yes, the officer quotes, well, he makes.
Well, the report says it's not personal.
Okay, no, I don't want to personalise this at all, obviously, sorry.
No.
The report refers not by name, but to me as having made a point that it sometimes floods, which implies that more often than not, in my interpretation of that when we have moderate to heavy rain, it very often doesn't flood. And that's why I tried to make the point in that 3 minutes, is that, so the other day we had a reasonable amount of rain, there was no flooding, but that's because everything's been so dry and the water table is so low. Once that catches up, which it has, we've seen a very clear pattern over the last few years for that to happen during the winter and well into spring sometimes, almost any fall of rain causes us to flood, and very, very swiftly afterwards, that water flows down into Whissendine and it cripples Whissendine. And that's been very well understood and very well publicised.
Can I?
Well, just remember, these are for questions for clarification.
Yeah, these are for clarification. Yeah. I want to understand why you say that the presence of the solar panels will add to that, given what I've heard about their proposals on mitigation. So can you explain why you say, because I haven't read all the letters you see that you've sent in.
I understand.
Why do you say that the solar panels, the site as it's going to be constructed, will add to that problem? And then I'll shut up, Chair.
Yeah. Well, our roadside field effectively adds as a floodplain. So it gathers a huge amount of water when these circumstances arise. I believe that the creation of the solar quotes unquote farm would add to that for a variety of reasons, which have been referred to in various other points made. But one of them being the point, and I know it has been addressed to an extent, but it was sort of ignored as a possible description at the last meeting, of the underground drains, the clay agricultural drainage that's there. Any damage to that is going to dramatically change the effect of flooding, the effect of water falling there. We see this happening. We see an increase every year anyway. So just by virtue of the added presence of the panels, I believe we're going to see this problem even worse.
Okay.
Become even worse.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other councillors, any questions for clarification? Councillor Holmes.
I think you've been where you live for quite a long time.
I have, yes.
Has it always been arable, that land?
There are those behind me who've been there far longer, but it has always been arable while I've been there.
Yeah.
But as an arable location, it is remarkably diverse in terms of, we've just had the return of lapwings to the area for the first time in 10 years. The dismissal of the effect on larks I find absolutely derisory. The larks will never rise again.
I was just trying to make this point because you said the clay drains, of course, but before that there would be blackthorn drains, which still work if they're not penetrated.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Any other questions for clarification? No? Thank you very much for your time. And thank you very much for your understanding. Thanks very much. I'd like to next call Mr. Geoffrey Atterbury and Mr. Neil Bradbury. Sorry, there's only one of you, so which one is which? This is Mr. Atterbury. Thank you very much for coming along this evening. You've heard me say before, just so while you're just locating it, the face in the middle of the panel, Yeah.
Yeah, scenes.
Sorry, excuse me. The gentleman filming at the back, the filming of the committee is not permitted. Yeah, sorry. You can film the committee, but you must not include any of the public. Sorry. Yeah, sorry to disturb you. So when you start to speak, we'll time you for 3 minutes, and you'll get a 30-minute warning. Thank you for your time.
Oh, fine. Thank you. Hearing your comments to start off with, perhaps what I'm going to say isn't really relevant in as much as you were discussing where the site should be. I really wanted to just talk about my personal views on the site. I support the scheme, firstly, because I believe in these uncertain times, we must be as self-sufficient in our energy supply as we can, not only as we are so that we're not dependent on others with the inevitable unpredictability of in the cost of that energy, but also in the security of our supply. Currently, in excess of 15% of our electricity is imported each year by undersea cables that could be at risk of interruption by hostile acts at any time. And we have seen these things happen in the North Sea and also in the Baltic. I can remember the 70s with a 3-day working week that resulted from limited electricity supplies, albeit from different causes, but I would not wish my children or my grandchildren to face the same. This scheme would help to alleviate that. Secondly, and I was asked to mention this by a farmer friend, he says that we can see the scheme will at least give farmers an assured income stream to help them cope with the vagaries of our weather and the challenges they face with the volatility in the world market prices for their products. And because of those two reasons, I personally hope that you give consent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech. I'd like to ask any Councillor Gordon.
Yeah, it's just really a statement. And because I agree with you.
This is for questions only.
Oh,
if you want to make any statements, make during debate.
Way. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just really to say that I agree with what you're saying about the world and how it's what's happening around the world with all the wars and everything, and we could be held to ransom. So I do understand about that.
Can we get to a question, please?
Yeah. And do you live around or near the area? Concerned.
I live in Nossington.
Right.
And I've lived there for the last 33 years since I retired from the army.
So with you being in the army, I mean, you've seen a lot going on over the years. Yeah. So understanding what's going on as well.
Thank you, Mary.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that.
Any other councillors, any other questions for clarification? No, thank you very much for your time this evening. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to call upon the applicant, who's represented by Daniel Corcoran and James Finn from RWE Renewables UK Limited. As you're well versed at this, one of you may talk, the other one is there to help with questions afterwards, if that's okay, or unless you want to split the time, it's up to you. But you'll have 3 minutes, as with everybody else, and a 30-second warning when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, Councillors. It was good to hear from a local resident from Melton about their support for the solar energy storage on site, and I'm grateful for them for attending. I'd also like to thank members for their discussions at the last meeting, and I'd like to touch on some of the points and my reflections from that. We heard discussion on the loss of agricultural land, but it's not the loss of farmland, but rather a proposal for farmland that can work twice as hard. We've included a planning condition that requires a grazing management plan to demonstrate that dual use can be derived from a well-designed solar farm. The site will also be returned to agricultural use in an improved soil condition after 40 years. We also heard discussion on the poor harvest this year, which of course follows one of the hottest summers on record. The National Farmers Union president stated that there are several threats to national food security, but not individual solar farms. We heard discussion on land drainage, but as set out in the officer's report, this proposal will improve drainage and decrease surface water flows from the site, with a condition imposed to verify our mitigation measures. We've also heard discussion on how much solar development Melton should take, but renewable energy is a national need, not a local need. Local planning authorities are required to give significant weight to the benefits associated with renewable energy, as per paragraph 168 of the NPPF. For the first time in history, renewable energy overtook coal as the world's leading source of electricity in the first half of this year. We are making real progress, and every positive decision that each local authority makes on schemes such as this makes a meaningful contribution towards cheaper, greener electricity. I'd like to thank your officers for their hard work following the deferral of the meeting and the production of the report you have before you. This report carefully addresses the policies raised by members and reaffirms the conclusion that recommends approval. There is a helpful summary noting that whilst areas of conflict with policy do exist, as they do in pretty much every application that can come before you, there are very significant mitigation measures and benefits. When you add together the benefits, including renewable energy, EV charging, permissive paths, education boards, ecological enhancements, and the economic investment of this solar application, the benefits outweigh harms. Outweighing the harm is perhaps the biggest planning test of all, and one this application clearly passes. The officer's report discusses recent appeal decisions here in Melton and elsewhere. The message seems to be pretty clear, that the planning inspectorate take the view that the supply of renewable energy is of substantial benefit weight capable of outweighing associated harms. The benefits of this scheme have been noticed by the public by virtue of the 229 letters of support from Somerby, Nossington, Coldoverton and Pickwell. 229 letters of support for a scheme to generate 25,000 houses worth of energy against 53 letters of objection, a 4-to-1 ratio. You've heard from a resident tonight, and in line with the over 200 letters of support, we ask you to follow your officer's recommendation to
Thank you
approve the
very
scheme.
much. Thanks very much for your time. Thank you. And stay there just for a second. Any councillors want to ask a question? Councillor Butcher first.
There's a community benefit fund. What is that going towards and how much?
The Community Benefit Fund is about £250,000. It's set, the way it would be set up is that we'd try and get a group of trustees from the local group, whether it could be the local ward councillor, parish councillors, local football groups, whoever, to make a trustee group, and then they could decide how the applications come in and how to then spend the money as they see fit. It wouldn't be going to Melton, not that that's bad, that it would, but it's that it very much is to be for the community, by the community, how they want to spend it. So then we want to help them set up a group that then those trustees can decide how to disseminate the funds via applications. So it'd be very much community-led, community dispersed.
I'll just have one condition on that. Just as a point to make, that's not a planning condition. It's not something we can consider within the planning application. Yes, yeah. So, Councillor Holmes.
You just said this isn't in there are things written down here which I thought I could ask. One of those is that this 40 years thing, and you're going to have wildflowers and what have you. And they're going to be managed for 40 years, are they? Is that going to be managed for 40 years? I mean, you're probably retired by then, I don't know, but you know, is it going to be managed for 40 years, this wildflower meadow?
Yes, everything within the planning red line would be fully managed by RWE. The maintenance of the public footpath, the hedgerows, the landscaping, the wildflower meadows. So one of the conditions is a landscape management plan. RWE would be, as owners and operators of the site, we would therefore it would be up to us to maintain it. Obviously, there'd be breaches of any condition if we weren't, but it's the fact that we, before you tonight, it's not like we'd be selling this or be moving on. We're very much the owners and operators. We'd be standing by that. We'd be maintaining everything within the planning red line.
Also, the dog walking and things like that, unless you've got an electric car, it's not going to be terribly carbon friendly, is it, to come out from Elton or Oakham, I presume? Perhaps you think it is. I don't know.
This may be something we can put towards it in the debate. Yeah.
It's more the fact that there's an existing public footpath that runs through the site, and how can you then open up alternative uses for people who might want to use it, who otherwise currently don't? So it's trying to say this is, yes, it's a solar farm, but how can we be a good neighbour and do something that's more than just the solar farm? How can we encourage people to by the perimeter, with the perimeter from the path, there's about 5 kilometers of permissive paths that go around the site. So if we had a route that said, if you follow this route, it's a 5K run or a 5K walk, people could then use that knowing it's a safe place they've got to. They could then follow that route, and then whether it goes back to their car that's charging or their cycle path, it all just diversifies the uses.
Councillor Gordon, questions, remember?
Because I haven't made up my mind on this yet, so I just want to make that clear. But first of all, I wanted to ask, if this does go through, would you do 2 more parking spaces? Because with visitors coming to the area and also with residents, there might be more that would be interested in going round there. And also about cycling provision as well, you know, somewhere where they can store their cycles. Now, I know that you're doing it for construction workers, but I wondered if something could be done for visitors and that during the 40 years.
As the applicant would be happy for a condition to cover that, if officers were happy to also have that attached to any decision, we'd be more than happy to provide that as details reserved by condition.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Mason.
Yeah, just one question. It's not a flippant question, I can assure you, but I believe in me, I've been here before. Part of the mitigation factor is a 3-metre hedge, so that shields much of the solar farm from harm, which mitigates the harm. How do you maintain a hedge at 3 metres?
Part of it is letting it grow up in the landscape management plan, so it's leaving it largely, whether it's choosing the right species, whether it's trying to use the right organic fertilizers to help, but it's trying to, that's where it's reserved by the landscape management plan to let it grow up.
Just to follow on from that, but if you follow the code of practice for hedge cutting, you cut hedges on a 1, 2 and 3 year cyclical basis. So therefore, the hedge is only at 3 metres within 1 year. Now, does that not detract from the amount of mitigation that you say you're putting into this?
No, so we've got hedges that are quite wide, so we're trying to then, whether it's double stacked, to try and have the width to make sure that we can maintain it at height as much as possible. Because you're right, we don't want to then be cutting it too far down, otherwise it would then detract from some of the landscape mitigation. But the details of how frequently it's cut or how it's maintained is all something that's also reserved by condition. So if there's reservations of the practice, then we can iron that out at a condition stage as well.
That may be so, but I still can't understand how you can keep a hedge at 3 metres. It is part of the mitigation regime, and I think as part of mitigation regime, you may need to look at that in great detail. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Allnutt.
I'd like to go back to the theme of flooding, because that's what I like to do. I think it was this application when you were here before. Well, I apologise if it was somebody else. It was, I'm getting the nod. Yeah. My colleague raised the issue of farmers' drainage under the ground, and that was thought not real. And then we went back and we checked, didn't we? And there was. So on the basis that that was an error, shall we say, not a hanging offence, but nevertheless an error, I want a bit more comfort to know that you think you can prevent the sort of inundation that we've heard from the other point of view. Because I've heard this so many times that it's not really a problem. If we do the X, Y and Z, it'll be fine. But we know that climate is changing. And I want to know why you really think absolutely that your scheme will not add to the threat of flooding. That's what I want to hear. You know, I want you to convince me, please.
If I could start with the error that when we met the first time, the error was based on the fact that we hadn't realised when we were answering the question that actually the original information that our flood risk consultants had seen, they already had the geophysical survey and the details of the archaeological trenching that had gone over the site to show where all of the drains were. To be perfectly honest, it was partly that it was a question that we hadn't quite expected and caught us off guard. So it's not the fact that we're applying the same conclusion with new information. When the assessment was done and the flood risk consultants had got the detailed topographical survey of the site, downloaded all the drainage, rainwater and drainage details that we've obtained from the EA, looked at how everything models and the flow rates across the site, then added on the solar panels, say, well, if the solar panel hits, then it can drain into the ground between. You're not losing permeable space there. All of that was taken into account with the details of the land drains when the initial report was done. As well as that, in order to give extra comfort, where we've proposed swales and ditches, that's where there was proposed these leaky dams to try and, in effect, kind of like how a pond would create extra volume if there wasn't one already there, adding spaces where there's now greater volume and areas for water to be captured and held back. If they're not already there, then you're providing a new space that isn't already in existence for something to be held back, reduce the percolation into the ground and how it flows through the site. What we've also done is the officers changed the condition so that there's now a third part, which is verification of what the proposals were saying. So instead, so I appreciate that you may hear several times applicants saying we'll do X, Y, and Z, and then there's query about it. We accepted that we would do a verification and photographic evidence of what we said we'd do, prove that as an additional clause to, I think it's condition 19, that we would then say we will also give further comfort to the council that everything that's said is actually implemented and is there before energisation. So before we're getting the rights to actually show everything that's been evidenced, agreed with the drainage authorities, is implemented in full as it should be.
Councillor Mason.
Yeah, just one question just to follow on my colleague's flooding theme. I wasn't going to bring up flooding tonight, but seems the have you done any permeation tests on the ground, and in particular at the edge of the solar arrays, because obviously there's a concentration of water that comes off the solar arrays that fall on the ground, and that gives a disproportionate effect of gross water coming down. So it does change the percolation characteristics of the site. Are you contemplating putting something like a French drain under the edges of the in the ground beneath the edges of the solar panel arrays, just to take away this perceived, maybe on my part, water that's coming off in greater quantity?
Yes, that was the that's kind of part of the mitigation design that's proposed as part of in the drainage strategy. There would then be a leaky dam or some type of drainage system that then holds in water. That's yes. But in relation to doing testing, what we did was obtain that we worked with the EA and the LLFA to say, well, actually, here's the groundwater absorption rates that we have. Here's the runoff rates that we have. How can we use the modelling that they agree with, that we can then say that we would perform better than existing, adding the development to it?
Sorry, Chair, just to complete that. So did you use the metric that the amount of water that's running off a panel as part of that rate, of that runoff rate, or was it across the piece? So because I'm very mindful, and there's been a lot of work done on this in years, particularly in the United States, on the amount of water that at the edge of the panel and the runoff rate is increased. So have you taken care of that issue? That's the question I'm asking.
Yes, that was it's looked at both right at the edge of the panel where it drops off and the site cumulatively as well. So it's both. So look at it from exactly the point you're talking about, and then look at how that applies across the whole site as well as is part of the assessment.
Councillor Alder. Sorry.
I'll forgive you. We look alike. Excuse me, I may have missed it. Are you planning to remove any hedgerows as part of this solar farm?
There will be some limited around the site accesses. and in order to get the swing of the vehicles in. But as the officer's report touched on, there's over 23% net gain in hedgerow units. So yes, there is limited widening to access points, but ultimately there is 23% improvement in the fact of more hedgerow planted.
Okay. So despite the overall increase in hedgerow, I assume at some point we'll receive the hedgerow removal notice in accordance with the hedgerows regulations of 1997.
All ancillary requirements as well as a planning application would be complied with.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other, Councillor Sharp?
EV chargers on site, fast charge or trickle charge?
At least 20 kilowatts, but depending on when we start, if we can procure faster and better, but it'd be a minimum of 20, so decent charge.
Okay, thanks. And I think that'll end the. Thank you very much for your time this evening. Thank you. We have one final speaker, which is Councillor Lee Higgins, who unfortunately couldn't be with us again. I've agreed that I will read his statement that he would have made if he'd been here. Just to say, I'm just going to read his statement. I'm not actually showing any favour or otherwise with whatever his statement is, and that may have changed. Obviously, with some of the data may have changed this evening. So I'm just going to read his statement verbatim. I obviously can't answer any questions on that at a later stage. So as the ward councillor, Lee Higgins requested to be a speaker and said, "Thank you for allowing me to raise on behalf of the residents of Pickwell, Leesthorpe, Cold Overton and the wider communities who remain deeply concerned about this proposal. This application has now been deferred 3 times. Residents have been patient and they deserve a clear policy-led decision today. The law requires this committee to determine the application in accordance with the development plan. The so-called title tilted balance under paragraph 11D of the NPPF does not apply because our local plan is not out of date. It specifically addresses renewable energy development through policy EN10. Turning to the policy conflict, first, the proposal is in clear breach of policy EN1, landscape, and policy EN10, renewable energy. Your own independent landscape consultant concluded that a solar farm would be highly conspicuous, significantly adversely affecting the baseline landscape character within approximately 2 kilometres, and that the harm would not be successfully mitigated. That is not moderate or temporary harm, it is substantial, long-term and irreversible for the lifetime of the scheme. Second, it conflicts with policy EN6, which requires new development to contribute positively to the individual character of the settlements. This is industrial infrastructure and alien feature imposed on open countryside, visible from the approaches to Pickwell and Somerby, and fundamentally out of keeping with the rural character of this area. Third, the proposal is contrary to the Somerby Neighbourhood Plan. ENV8 seeks to protect local landscape character areas. ENV 13 safeguards the amenity of footpaths and bridleways, yet users of public right-of-way D68/5 will experience significant visual intrusion and loss of enjoyment. And ENV 15 requires that renewable energy proposals address adverse landscape and immediate amenity impacts here. The council's own expert confirmed they cannot be mitigated. Members, no one disputes the importance of renewable energy, but the NPPF is clear. Such developments must be in suitable locations and their adverse impacts addressed appropriately. That test is not met here. The benefits of renewable generation do not outweigh the very substantial harm to the landscape, the setting of Pickwell and the amenity of those who will live, work and walk in this countryside. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to refuse planning permission on the following sound and defendable basis: that the proposed solar farm would cause significant adverse harm to the local landscape character and to public views from footpath D68/5, contrary to policies EN1, EN6 and EN10 of the Melton Local Plan, and policies ENV8 and ENV13 of the Somerby Neighbourhood Plan, and that these harms are not outweighed by the benefits of the proposal in any other material considerations. As I said, that's the statement from Councillor Higgins. I will make one slight correction from my point of view. The application hasn't been deferred 3 times. We did actually hold it's been deferred once. The others were, the last one was my decision because new information came along too late to be considered. So to give this a fair hearing, I changed the agenda to take it away. So it's just a small point there. But that's the statement from Councillor Higgins. That's the end of the speakers. As I said, I can't answer any questions on that. So I will now move to the debate on this application. Would anybody like to enter the fray first? Councillor Allnutt, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to run my flag up, see who salutes it, even if it's upside down. Now then, I don't think, forgetting all the policies and whether the neighbourhood plan is more important than anything else, it is patently clear, and it's stated in the list of harms, that it will be dreadful from the point of view of the vision of this part of the countryside. There's no doubt about that. It is a substantial harm just based on that one question. And I'm not competent to really enter into the legal discussions, and no doubt we will get advice on any legal points forthcoming. But all we've really got to decide is whether we view the damage that's being done to the view and the general utility of the countryside, being able to go out in it and see it and hear the skylarks and so on, are outweighed by the national policy effectively to generate more electricity. And by the way, I do remember the 1973, and I remember 1963 as well. And I remember my sister in 1954 walking into a lamppost because of the smog. So I'm quite keen on renewable energy. But I must say, at the moment, I'm feeling a bit reluctant about this, but I'm leaning towards perhaps voting against this. But I want to hear debate. But it does seem to me that we must be honest with ourselves. There is definite harm in terms of the impact on the countryside. I'm not so bothered about the farming side, to be quite truthful. I think that's a different debate for another time and another place. I think this nonsense about it being temporary for 40 years, we should just ignore, because it is nonsense, isn't it? I don't know where everybody else is going to be in 40 years, but I don't think I'll be here, and I think it'll just, something else will replace it. I mean, there's a new generation of solar panels being researched in Oxford, I think, at the moment, and of course we've got roof tiles that are available, which have been developed. They're not actually at the peak of performance, but that, oh yes, you have, haven't you? So who knows what will happen with technology, but at least it's not wind farms. Thank you.
Councillor Holmes.
May I ask the question now, that if we turn this down, then the Rutland side can't continue. It stops it, does it?
I think the report states that the Rutland side would be unviable.
Yeah, I thought that was the case.
Technically, they could, but yeah.
Now, I also, I don't know whether people are aware of this, but our planning officer was not aware, but there is a substation. We are talking about solar, we're talking about energy. There was a new substation, 70 acres of land at Waternaby coming up. I worry that farmers, and I cannot blame farmers for saying, yeah, let's have solar panels, because could be quite, or any sort of renewable energy, because farming is at a very, very low ebb, we know that. But there are places where you can have solar panels. I don't believe, and I will be voting against this, because I do not believe that this is in the right place. I am still very concerned about flooding, it's rather funny because they say, oh, once in 100 years. Well, it seems to be in every year, doesn't it now? And that water that goes down into Whissendine, if you've seen flooding, it is pretty dire for the residents. So I'm sorry for farmers that want solar panels, but I don't think, and for their benefit, but I don't think this is in the right area. Thank you, Mr.
Councillor Butcher.
Following on from what Elaine said, Shoby Priory, they have a solar farm up there. You can't see it particularly from the road. It's in a really good place. So I do agree with what you're saying, because I do accept, that we need to have some security, as the gentleman said, and I do get why the farmers, want the money, because it's security. Into the end of the year, they know what, more or less what they're going to get. But what you read out for Councillor Higgins on the impact of the countryside and I think for me, I'm more swayed that way now.
I mean, I want to remind people that it comes down to the traffic at the end of the day, how many people will see that site. And I'm not putting a view either way. I just wanted to put a counter view in the fact that, yes, I understand what you're saying about damaging the local countryside and whether it's the right place or the wrong place. And that sort of comes down to what is the size of that impact. And sometimes that has to be, well, how many people will see that impact? As you said, as we know, we've looked at this site, and there is quite a large strip of land between the main road, that people will see, that people normally travel along to source it. And again, I'm not putting my decision in either way. I'm just actually trying to put a counter view. But Councillor Mason.
Yeah, if you just bear with me, members of the committee, we all agonise over these decisions. Absolutely. We don't just come to this cold. I've agonised over these and other solar farm decisions for days, not just hours, days. And I tried to drill down into it, where we are. And I do read the documents. Not only have I read the applicants' landscape documents, I've also read our landscapes consultant documents and the rebuttals put forward. And I tried to separate out the perhaps not peripheral, but less important issues to my mind, and it may be important to someone else, but the grazing, I'll leave that to one side, because quite frankly, I don't think you can graze under solar panels. And I keep sheep. I also keep bees. So I think I'm qualified to talk about the way that bees should be kept, and also the way that the import of domestic bees, and they are domestic bees into an area, pushes out the existing pollinators. So, but this is all down to the peripheral stuff of policies and how you put together the whole thing. I've mentioned the hedges, but what to me was the important issue. The important issue is the landscape. Everyone goes back to the landscape. What do we look at in the landscape? And so at 10.10 in the report, I read that in great detail, and then went back to our consultants, and I've written the page numbers down, 106, 107, and in the consultants report at 3.317 and 333, it produces a most compelling argument against this solar farm. Our landscape consultant, and I have to say, I don't think that the consultant for the applicant did themselves justice in their rebuttals. There's a lot in there. I'm afraid you have to read it. You can't express it. You need to read the whole thing and put it together as a big picture. But when I'm looking at this, I also put together, and these are all my notes that I put together. that I put forward I look at that in conjunction with the policies that were brought forward by Councillor Brown and Councillor Atherton last time. So how does that fit together with the overall strategic issue of landscape, together with the very good report that was written by the officer, and also the information provided by Mr. Stanion, which I found quite revealing. So I tried to build a whole picture, and I also take into account the appeals that I've read timelessly, endlessly, appeals. But I'll say what I said the last time when I had the good fortune to chair this, that bit by bit over the last 18 months, 12 months, the door is always closed. The government, and I've cut off our ability to turn these down. They've cut off the ability that by appeal, by policy, all our ability to turn these down without the spectre of an appeal at the end of it is wrong in my opinion, but nonetheless it exists. So on that, there's all the harm. Then they look at the benefits, and it is this planning balance. How do you recognise this planning balance between what is the harm against what is the good? And like you say, I've kept sheep this year and I keep bees, and believe you me, it's been a disaster. There's no grass for the sheep. I don't know whether my farming friend here would agree with that. Because of the weather, whether it's down to climate change, I wouldn't know, because I'm not that clever to understand that. I do know that half my beehives have been attacked by wasps and wiped out because of the weather. And these are practical issues that you take into account. These are the practical issues of global warming that I feel. And so the harm is one thing. The benefit that's been put up there, that solar farms may well help in this quest to bring a stable world, is a massive benefit. And that's where the policies are leading us to. That is where the appeals are leading us to. You all know, I've sat in here before and I've talked about solar farms ad infinitum, and I've always been quite robust in my views on solar farms and their application and treatment. But I'm afraid, from my point of view, is if we turn this down, it will be inevitable, absolutely inevitable. This solar farm will get built on appeal. And I just want to put that forward. I want to say it because hopefully I'm brave enough to say it. You're probably thinking it yourselves. So that's where I'm at the moment. And so when people here are saying, I'm minded to turn this down, I'm minded to approve it. And I've got to say it. I don't want to say it, but I've got to say it. So I just want to leave that with you while you debate this. And can you, and perhaps you can find it within yourselves to debate those issues that I've just come up with.
Thank you, and I really do hesitate to just hold the debate for a moment, but we are coming up towards 9 o'clock, and therefore we have to take a vote that we will. Well, Tom, what's the right word? Yeah, a motion to carry on the meeting beyond the 3-hour limit as normal. So, got the motion. All those in, sorry, made by Councillor Allnutt, seconded by Councillor Holmes. All those in favour? Yes, unanimous. Yeah, so we can carry on. So I do apologise, especially to those that wanted to watch a programme this evening. Sorry, Councillor Adcock, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm very impressed with Councillor Mason's input there. But I just wonder how we take that forward. Would it perhaps be sensible at this stage to get some legal advice relating to the position and then resume the debate, rather than simply continue and then go back to legal advice, because it's becoming perfectly apparent what the issue here is going to be. And I think it would be sensible to get a bit more input from a legal point of view before it continues.
What would be the question you would want to ask the legal advice or the even planning?
Yeah, well, that's fair. But the suggestion, as I understand it, from Councillor Mason, and I fully understand what he's saying, is that although from the point of view of our hearts, we might be minded to say, no, we don't like this at all. If we then think about it from the point of view of our heads, we're going to say as a matter of common sense and the current legal position and so on, the reality is if we don't grant it, it's going to be granted on appeal. So effectively, many of us are going to have a contradiction between our heart and our head as to what we want to do. Now, if we're going to continue the debate on the basis of, well, where do we go with this? I think you have to say, well, what is there to actually debate? Because what's going to happen, I think, is that every councillor is going to get up and go, I don't like it, but I think I'm going to have to vote for it. And they'll put it forward in different ways using different words. But I think we're going to end up with a position where virtually everybody is going to say the same thing. And it becomes very difficult to actually face up to the realities of what we're going to have to do without perhaps taking further legal advice at this stage, so that we have a realistic view of where we are actually going to go if we take decision A or decision B. Now, that to some extent is a subjective interpretation, but I think it will be sensible, because otherwise I think we're going to become rudderless, because we're not going to be moving to a destination. We're just going to be standing there, not quite being able to work out where we're going to go with it.
Thank you. I think we're going to go to Louise first for an answer. I've just been told, though, that if we do need to get confidential legal advice, we would need to do that in private. And we could spend it for a short time to do that, but I'll hand over to Louise first to see if that answers your question.
Thank you, Chair. So I can give you my experience of the decisions that I've seen recently that are coming from the Planning Inspectorate. I can share those decisions with you in the full understanding that you, as members of the committee, are the decision makers. But what I can say is there is the appeal decisions I've seen, there is significant weight being given to solar energy, and there is less weight given to landscaping, agricultural land, best and most versatile land. A lot of the decisions we are seeing are being allowed at appeal. So that is my experience as the planning manager and the decisions that we're seeing at the moment. I would anticipate that if this application was refused, the agent would submit an appeal, and I would anticipate we would, as a council, would end up likely at a public inquiry like we have done previously. But that is based on my knowledge and experience rather than my legal advice to you.
I think I need to put that it's not legal. The legal advice is we have the decision to make, but it has the opportunity for appeal, which would then go to the planning inspector, and we can only guess by previous results what that may do. So the legal advice cannot sort of say anything other than it is our decision to make.
Well, I'm grateful for that, because I think that does clarify perhaps the way we approach it now.
Okay, if you want to rebook, but then we'll go to Councillor Holmes and then Councillor Atherton.
Yeah, just bear with me, Ian. Yeah. I think I've made my decision. But I'm not inclined to kick the can down the road anymore. That's what I want to do. People in this room deserve a decision, and we should give it. We're here to make decisions. Let's make decisions.
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right. Do I take it then that everybody is saying, oh, well, we can't do anything about it, but so we've got to do it? This is not right. When I was a councillor for Waltham, they were going to put a massive, and I mean massive, wind turbine. I stood with the councillors and with the inspector and we gave her our views out on the field and we won. So please don't think that the door is totally closed. It isn't. And I honestly think that sometimes, and I do appreciate the planners have to do their job. We know that. But when you look at where it is and you would see it, there are other things that I think in this area are so important. There is the flooding. You have got to realise how bad that's getting. It is dreadful in a bad time. So I really think if you are mindful, if members are mindful, we have to go with our gut feeling, because I can assure you that things don't always get passed.
But I also remind you that to refuse an application, we have to have a defendable position. So to say, such as flooding, to say that we do not believe that the mitigation process. I'm just sort of saying that we need whatever, and as we're adding personal experience, I will give my personal experience of sitting through 5 days of appeal for the solar farm at Musson that we turned down, which is under the eaves of Beaver Castle. That is a process that is not only expensive but painful. But that's not making any decisions on that basis. So I didn't say that we cannot make the decision. I just need to say that we need to make the decision very carefully. And if it's going to be successful, it has to be on the basis of a defendable position. I know the gut feel, we all have our own feelings on different things on what we would like to happen and not to happen. But as a committee, we have to find a defendable position if that's the reason for refusal. Thank you. Councillor Atherton was first, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. First, an observation on a comment that was made by one of the members of the public earlier on about energy security. I'd like to draw people's attention to the United Kingdom Food Security Report of 2024, which is on the gov.uk website, which states that in 2023, the UK relied on imports for roughly 40% of its food for human consumption. 40% of our food is imported. The more arable land we take away, irrespective of its grade, the worse that's going to get. The places we import food from are suffering the same, if not worse, climate change conditions than we are. Getting hold of food from third countries is becoming more difficult. I accept, Tom, before we say it, that's not a primary planning concern. It's just an observation on something that was raised. So I'd like to remind members present that the original submission, 2 meetings ago now, was deferred so that members had chance to look at the suitability, the robustness of the objections, the policies that myself and Councillor Ronan Brown raised at the time. I've heard little in terms of the debate on that, so I myself have done a little bit more digging, and I'd just like to go through the objections that I raised now 2 meetings ago and remind people what they were, perhaps in a little bit more detail, and be a little bit more specific. So the original things that I raised started with a number of OBJ observations from the Somerby, and this all relates to the Somerby local plan. To a number of OBJ statements, accepting that they are planning objectives and not policies, they're not relevant as reasons for acceptance or rejection of this solar farm. What is perhaps more important is, again, from the Somerby local plan, policy ENV2, protection of sites and features of environmental significance. Now, the officer's report now correctly identifies a number of sites within the proposed area. I'm not convinced, in my mind at least, that those sites have been given the protection that they perhaps require. Policy ENV7 is settlement character and says that development proposals will be supported where they protect and enhance the features defining settlement character within and around the three villages, including the historic open areas forming settlement boundaries, gateways, the physical settings of historic built forms, features and characteristics of conservation areas. And I'm not convinced that this submission does that either. Policy ENV8, it talks about the local landscape character areas. Specifically, development should not create inappropriate visual intrusion, adversely affect landscape elements which contribute to landscape character, introduce incongruous landscape elements, or adversely affect areas of tranquility, including those benefiting from dark skies, unless the proposal can be adequately mitigated through the use of buffering and the prevention of light pollution. As noted in the Summerby plan introduction, the plan area lies within National Landscape Character Area 93, the High Leicestershire, and in Melton Borough Council Landscape Character Area, High Leicestershire Hills. The whole parish is recognised as being of high landscape value and sensitivity for its broad rolling ridges, secluded valleys, quiet rural character. Extensive views reveal a pattern of small attractive villages, hamlets set within agricultural landscape with traditional churches acting as distinctive features. Based on consultation responses, community experience and fieldwork, 3 local areas of particular landscape character sensitivity were identified. This particular plan impacts area LLCA3, Pickwell and the upper catchment of the rivers Eye and Reek, the Pickwell backslope looking towards Cold Overton. Policy ENV13, footpaths and bridleways. There's a number of subparts to this, and not all of them are, in my mind, complied with, particularly Part A, Part B, Part D, Part E, Part F, and Part G. Part G perhaps being the most significant, where it says that it will be supported if it has demonstrable support from the local community. In my opinion, this plan does not. Finally, policy ENV15 talks about renewable energy generation infrastructure, albeit for small scale renewable energy. What's not clear to me is what's meant by small scale. This is not large scale, otherwise it wouldn't be in front of this planning committee, but it may be a bit larger than small scale. I really don't know. But again, there's a number of elements to policy ENV15 that I believe are important to this plan. Part A, Part B, Part C, Part D, Part E, Part F, Part G, Part I. Part G, again, is about demonstrable support from the local community, which this appears not to have. Part I has 3 bullet points. It says solar energy generation development proposals will not be supported if, bullet point 3, the proposal will be connected to the national grid, which this will. Finally, some discussion today about Melton Plan EN10. EN10 has a number of elements to it, and I think EN10 is quite neutral in regard to this plan. Much of it the plan complies with, some of it it doesn't. That's the EN10 as currently published today. The amended EN10, which we should not pay any weight to in my regard because it's not yet published, would give us more grounds for refusal than acceptance. But that's probably not relevant. So I'd just like to remind members as they come to a decision of the reason why we deferred it was so that we as a group could examine the robustness of the policies that myself and Ronan put forward for refusal. And by robustness, it's, are they robust enough reasons for refusal that would withstand scrutiny on appeal? Thank you, Chair.
I'll only add one opinion on that, where you're talking about the small scale or large scale, as if it was 0.1 of a megawatt bigger, it would be considered a large. So I assume we can consider it to be at the upper end of medium before it becomes large. There's just an opinion there. But anybody else? Oh, Max, would you like to answer?
Yeah, this would indeed be a large scale energy infrastructure. In fact, if it was very slightly larger, it would be so large as to be nationally significant and require government approval. So it's certainly not a small scale development. So for that reason, the neighbourhood policy does not apply. That only applies to small scale developments. But policy EN10 of the local plan does apply because that applies to any renewable energy project, no matter the size.
I think Councillor Mason was first.
Just to follow on from Councillor Atherton, I share what Councillor Anderson said. And part of the, I don't want him to think that I've just dismissed those issues that they arose, that arose at the meeting. They were fundamental in some of my thinking, and the issues. I imported those into my model, shall we say, for the harm to it. But what I didn't hear from you, Councillor Atherton, and I've got to say this with a great respect to you, you know I've got that, is your assessment of the benefit. The benefit with I know it says my boss used to say to me, I know what you don't like. You tell me what you do like. And it's that balance that all the time that we have to take into account. And I think that the balance, plus I have to say the policies that are put forward, and we have to defend our policies against the policies of the plan or the NPPF, how that contest plays out.
So if I may, Chair, the only benefit that I see in the plan is the addition of 40 odd megawatts of solar power to the national grid. I see no benefit locally. It'll disappear into the national grid. And if, like many other outputs of solar farms, it's bought by industry, there will be little or no benefit to the local economy.
Thank you. I know Councillor Allen wanted to talk about Councillor Sharp. Do you want to come in first, or because I cut him off earlier? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My reaction on this, it's a two-part thing, really. Oh, sorry. It's a two-part thing, because it's not just Melton it's going to affect, it's going to be Rutland as well. It says every time I read it, it's either got to be passed by both parties, or if it's passed by one, it won't go ahead. What does it, with it, if we passed it and Rutland refused it, does that mean they could come in and still operate on this site? Or do they have to put in another application, which has already partly been granted, like on a previous thing? Because that's where things get very touchy, that if one's been passed before, that's where I can just see something different going on in the future.
I mean, I'm sure my learned colleagues on either side will correct me if I'm wrong, but we have to look at the application that's before us. Whatever happens in Rutland happens in Rutland. Yes, if they don't pass it, I don't think this one becomes viable, because they've got no way of transporting that electricity to the national at the moment. So I mean, I'm not sure where that sort of sits within the thought process of this planning application for us.
Would this still be live then, if we've granted it?
Well, no, I mean, I look at my learned colleagues, but
reading on this conditions 1 on 15 point something, it says 7 years. Once we've granted it, there's 7 years for that connection. Doesn't mean whether Rutland pass it or not. We've given them 7 years.
Yeah,
That's all
yeah, and again, my learned colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong, but yes, if we pass an application, it can sit there, and then, well, we'll come on to the 7 years because it's a point I was going to raise. But yeah, if we pass the application, it sits there, and until they can or the time runs out. Yeah. As we mentioned that point. Sorry, go on, Karen. Councillor Mason.
I just want to make a note in support of Councillor Atherton. He did talk about the classification of agricultural land and food shortages. Well, it seems to me, and this gentleman on my left will, and it's just a footnote to the whole debate, that in 2008, the then European community introduced a thing called set aside, which farmers could set aside various arable land and get paid for it. And so I'm right on that. And then in 2018, they stopped that. And the reason they stopped it was because of food shortages and inflation, because the amount of food that was being produced and the importation of food was causing extreme inflation. Now, does that sound familiar to you? I'll leave it with you.
Okay, and I'll just come back to the point I was starting to make, that if we are encouraged to put a lot of weight onto the fact that this is helping with the national crisis of energy, I do find a little bit of conflict with allowing an extended period for this to be completed, as opposed to the normal 3 years, to take it to 7 years. That we should be encouraging, if we're trying to address a national security image, it should be done within the 3 years or started within the 3 years. I understand what the officer was saying, in the fact that, as within all planning applications, they only have to be started to become valid, and it doesn't mean that they will then finish that within a short period of time. Unfortunately, we can't legislate against that, but I would, in my view, hesitate to put an extended period of acceptance on this and put the normal acceptance on it. So that would be an amendment. But we do need to start moving towards some sort of proposal. So if anybody wishes to cancel out on that.
I did have a question.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't kind. I was just saying we need to start moving towards one. Yeah.
I'll move very quickly then. It's of my colleague Ian here, because he meant, I have read most of what he's read out, those documents, but there was something he said to me that was in my ear. I couldn't quite, and I didn't know whether the answer answered that point. The point he made about it mustn't be, or it must be connected with the national grid. That was with small units, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, right, and it's not small. So therefore that point falls away, because it seemed to me pretty fundamental. Okay, so we can dismiss that as chance in your army, and I'll give you that.
Depends on your definition of small.
Yeah, well, it isn't, so shut up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
The other point is that I agree with you, Chair, about the extension of time. I think that'd be folly, and this is no different to any other planning application. Any planning application is there for a period of time, but it can be renewed. So that's not unusual. I don't think we should be worried about that. So I'm going to be quite blunt, Chair. I have listened to the debate, and I think we've got to make a decision tonight. The local member said, please make a decision, and I've been persuaded. I don't like it, but I'm persuaded to go with approval, and I will move that with your amendment. Okay.
So I have a proposal. Do I have somebody would like to second that proposal? Councillor Mason will second that motion. So a motion to accept the recommendation by the officers with the amendment of shortening the period to 3 years. Sorry, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just listening to some of the debate, it was Councillor Gordon, I believe, that also made comments about additional charging points and cycle parking condition. So in terms of your motion, I've noted that you want to approve, subject to the conditions in the report, amendment to condition 1 to change 7 years to 3 years. With regards to the additional charging and cycling, I would suggest a condition which says, notwithstanding the submitted details, prior to the commencement of development, 2 additional car parking spaces and electric vehicle charging points shall be installed on site. Cycle parking shall also be provided and made available for use throughout the operational life of the solar farm. And to look at a reason for that, it would be to support sustainable transport and infrastructure provision in accordance with the Melton Local Plan and the Somerby Neighbourhood Plan. So I just wanted to clarify that that was your motion.
Are you agreeable to that?
I'm happy with the inclusion of that. And I'll trust you with the words.
And the seconder, you're happy with that? In that case, I'd like to put. Sorry, this is just a discussion that there's already an existing part of the report. We're just to see if that's easier to amend that than it is to actually put in a new condition. So just bear with us for 2 minutes. We'll actually leave it as standalone. So, right, just to everybody's attention, please. I'd like to, the proposal is as per the officer recommendation with the, sorry.
I do apologise. One slight amendment. So we have the standalone condition, which I read out, but in doing that, we would also need to amend condition 39 to say the 6 parking spaces, not the 4 parking spaces. So just to be completely clear with members what your motion is.
Is happy, and my seconder is happy. I'm happy. Yes.
Okay, so we have a proposal to accept as per recommendation. Can I ask, is everybody, yeah, and all those in favour of the proposal? All those against? Any abstentions? So that's 6 for, 4 against. The motion is carried. The application is passed. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, everybody in the audience. If you, yes, you can. Yeah, the votes can be noted. Thank you for your patience this evening, everyone, for waiting for so long. We will take a 2-minute, very strict, Councillor, a 2-minute break well, before we take on the next application. Just a reminder, this is only a 2-minute break. So those that don't wish to listen to the last application, please take this opportunity to leave. Thank you very much. Can we start bringing this meeting back to order? We've all got homes to go to. Sorry, if we can start bringing this meeting back to order, please. Okay, I'll bring this meeting back to order. I recognise that Councillor Butcher and Councillor Allnutt have left the meeting due to their members of the Cabinet. If we're all ready, I will. Actually, I've forgotten who's presenting. Oh, so I'll ask Louise to please carry on with the presentation.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. This application proposes the erection of a 3-storey building comprising 38 retirement apartments and 8 dwellings, totaling 46 residential units, with associated landscaping, drainage, access and car parking. The site is brownfield land, currently a disused car park, located north of the cattle market on Scolford Road, Melton Mowbray. The site is allocated for housing under policy C1A of the Melton Local Plan, referenced as site MEL 4, and accesses via the existing car park road. The proposal includes 19 parking spaces for the retirement block and 2 spaces per dwelling. The Local Highway Authority confirms compliance with design standards and advises that the development will not have a severe impact on the highway network. Members should note that an amended site plan has been submitted which removes some of the annotation. As a result, the plan condition referenced at paragraph 10.1.2 of the report should be updated from drawing B6000-003L to B6000-003M proposed site plan. While the committee report notes that no representations have been received from ward members, I can confirm that ward members have been actively engaged throughout the consideration of this application. If I could have the next slide, please. Thank you. The photos on screen show the existing car park and surrounding vegetation. Existing trees and hedgerows will be retained where possible. Biodiversity enhancements, including bat and bird boxes, hedgehog highways and native planting will be on site. A 10% biodiversity net gain will be delivered off-site, with on-site enhancements secured by condition. Next slide, please. The retirement block is a 3-storey L-shaped building with communal facilities. Materials include red brick, grey roof tiles and white render. Following concerns raised, a shadow study has been undertaken and submitted for consideration. Section 8.8 of the committee report details the impact on residential amenity and sets out a number of amendments that have been made to the proposal, including realignment of the roof on the southern gable end, removal of windows on the western elevation except for those serving community hallways, replacement of projecting balconies on the western elevation and northern gable with Juliet balconies. Noise and light impacts have been assessed and will be mitigated through planning conditions, including specifications for fencing, glazing and lighting. Next slide, please. The 2-storey dwellings include a mix of detached, semi-detached and terraced homes. Materials match the retirement block with red brick, grey roof tiles and white render. Sustainability features include solar panels, EV charging points and cycle storage. Boundary treatments will retain existing fencing and hedgerows where possible, with additional planting proposed. Next slide, please. The development price proposes 29 one-bedroom apartments, 9 two-bedroom apartments, 2 two-bedroom houses and 6 three-bedroom houses. This results in a total of 29 one-bed, 11 two-bed and 6 three-bed units, delivering an appropriate housing mix in line with policy C2 and the housing mix SPD. 3 affordable homes will be provided on site as social rent, and these will be secured through the Section 106 agreement. Next slide, please. The proposed development is recommended for approval. It delivers much-needed housing in a sustainable and accessible location, addresses the identified local need for modern retirement accommodation, provides affordable homes and makes effective use of a brownfield site. The scheme aligns with the Melton Local Plan and National Planning Policy. It incorporates climate resilience and biodiversity enhancement, and it secures planning obligations to mitigate impacts on local infrastructure and services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Louise. Do any councillors have any questions for clarification from the officer? Councillor Atherton.
Just one very quickly, Chair. Thank you. Do you know, Louise, what facilities are made available within the retirement home block for parking and charging of disability buggies?
Yes, I can answer that for you. Just bear with me one moment. It's not solely a planning matter, but it is good design for older residents, and it's through good design and can be secured via planning condition where appropriate. So the planning system can influence the inclusion of designated ventilated charging areas through layout and design, but it can't control how residents use them. So if members were concerned about this element, we can consider a condition that focuses solely on this. However, how that is used is beyond planning's control. The agent is registered to speak tonight, so it might be a question that you ask them also.
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Louise. Yeah, just a question. It is for retirement. What is it? Is there an age on it? Is there an age limit on it?
Again, maybe that's a question we can ask the
I just didn't
applicant.
know whether
Yeah,
you could answer it now. That
yeah.
was all.
Any other questions for clarification?
Thank you.
Yeah. And I'll just ask one, which is within the report from Highways that there's they've passed it okay, basically as the entry is okay, on the basis that there's been 12 personal impact. I forget what the PICs, well, whatever it's called, but there's been 12 accidents within the last 5 years. But the statement from the Highways say that it's acceptable because the previous use as a car park gives access for more vehicles, but the car park has not actually been in use since 2019. So those 5 years where there's been 12 impacts have not been while the car park has been in operation. Now, I know we have certain restrictions with what we can put back to the highways, but do we need to go back and say, are you sure you're happy with that condition? Because if those 12 impacts, and we know what Scorford Road is like with school children, etc., that the highways are looking at it in two different bits, because this is a different application, this is a different use, and it will bring that entry into more current use than it has been for the last 5 years.
Thank you, Chair. So noting your concerns, one thing I would say is the existing use as a car park is there, it is current. Appreciate it's not being used at present, but there is nothing stopping that use opening up this evening, tomorrow. So at which point there would be a more unrestricted level of vehicle movements on that site than what is proposed here today.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Adcock?
Yeah. Yes, just to follow through on the point you've just made. I did have a look at the site, but I just want to be clear in my own mind. If you've got a car going into this proposed development, is it going to come in from the Crescent, or can it come in from the Crescent? No, there's only a walkway there, isn't there? So they have got to come in through that car park entrance. And I must admit, just looking at it, I mean, it's a narrow road. It's much narrower than, you know.
In actual fact, I mean, if you've got the right one, it's actually wider than the entrance to the proper car park.
Yeah.
It's twice as wide as that one. So it is actually a reasonably good entrance, but it's position. Yeah.
So I'm grateful for that. So in fact, in reality, that entrance there looks perfectly acceptable.
And in the report, there's made mitigation to make the island in the middle bigger to allow people to cross more quickly.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions for clarification?
Just for the access, when that was put there, we had Arctic lorries going in and out, so we know that it will take them. That was when it was done.
Thank you. In that case, then, if there's no more questions, sorry, Louise.
I'd like to respond to councillors' questions with regards to age restriction. There is nothing in the report or currently proposed within the section 106. If members did want to put a specific age to that retirement, then you need to do that included in a motion, and we can help you with wording.
Okay, in that case, I'd like to call forward the representative or the agent for the applicants. It's Nick Cox. If you'd like to come forward, thank you very much, and thank you very much for waiting all evening. You've heard me give the instructions before. When you start speaking, you'll have 3 minutes. Get a 30-second warning. Thank you again. If you press the little face in the middle, and start when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant for this development is Morrow Partnerships, who partner with registered providers to deliver high-quality, affordable homes across the East Midlands. In relation to delivery of this development, Morrow will be partnering with Housing 21 to deliver the apartment building and NCHA to deliver the dwelling houses. Morrow have worked positively and proactively with your planning officers and consultees to arrive at the scheme before you this evening. Morrow have listened and taken on board the advice and guidance of your officers, including in relation to matters such as design, layout, connectivity, and highway and access designs. As set out in your officers' committee report, design being brought forward is wholly compliant with the policies within your local plan, as well as the expectations within the allocation policy for the site. The scheme delivers 38 apartments, which are to be geared towards individuals with assisted living needs, although no care services are offered within the building itself. The building has been designed to be M42 compliant, meaning level access into and around the building for all, and wider circulation spaces within the building and accommodation itself. Housing 21 intend to deliver the building entirely under a social rent tenure, which will help meet this specific need within Melton Mowbray. The scheme also includes 8 dwelling houses, which consists of a mix of 2 and 3 bedroom properties to complement the apartment building developments. The grounds within the site are to be landscaped with soft and hard landscaping with appropriate materials and planting. The houses will benefit from solar panels, as will the apartment buildings, and the dwellings will be constructed out of timber in a purpose-built factory in Leicester using a fabric-first approach to sustainability. Both the apartment building and the dwellings will be served by adequate parking provisions, whilst appreciating the site's highly sustainable location in Melton Town Centre. MORE have agreed to all requested planning obligations as set out within your officer's committee report, including the policy compliant level of affordable housing. Overall, due to the collaborative working with Melton Borough Council, this development will be an attractive addition to Melton Town Centre and help to rejuvenate a brownfield redundant piece of land. The development will provide much needed housing for local people whilst being policy compliant and sympathetic to its surroundings. MORE would like to thank officers and consultees for their assistance in considering this application and endorse the assessment and recommendations within the committee report before you this evening. MORE look forward to working with Melton Borough Council again in the future.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Gordon would like to ask a question for clarification.
Yeah, the first question. I'm assuming that the stairs to the 3-storey building, and could there be stair lifts installed? Because especially if there's an emergency or the lifts break down, is that a possibility to put stair lifts in? I know some places do have it.
Can it, I'll let the applicant answer, but it's not a planning consideration. So, but please answer if you wish.
There's obviously lifts within the building to transport people to the other floors. I don't know whether the spec includes stair lifts to the lifts themselves. It may be a provider, a choice, or a specification. So I couldn't answer that question, unfortunately.
The officers could bring that up possibly or not. Would they be able to?
Well,
because I think it's important.
The operation is down to the actual applicants, etc.
Okay.
I mean, as long as they abide by the fire regulations and those types of regulations, that's outside of planning
Right.
ability
Yeah.
or to put conditions on. So those we have to rely on that they will meet the modern fire regulations and
Right.
health regulations.
Okay. I've just got one more question. Right. Could there be external units be installed for the mobility scooters to be housed with an electric charge point, as fire regulations do not allow mobile scooters, etc., to be stored in corridors or halls? So, you know, the council do that, and I thought it might be an opportunity to bring that up.
Thank you. It's a good question. I think largely, it's an operator approach that could be taken, but I do know that the floor plans do propose some buggy storage within the ground floor. So that may be a type of facility that would accommodate that. But those types of operations are generally dependent upon on the operator to these types of buildings.
Thank you. Cheers, love.
Councillor Holmes.
I note the materials, some wood. Presumably that will be compliant to all safety regulations, because, you know, we have got to be very aware. I'm going to ask a question actually in the meeting, not to you, but you know, I was just concerned about that, and there are other things.
Again, I think we have to assume that all modern building regulations are carried out. Yeah. Do you have any other questions? I'm going to ask one which is still also, I would probably hold myself back for not a planning consideration, but you did mention retirement, and you have put care. What's the value proposition that are these the retirement flats? Are they I'm trying to think, a value proposition, or are they a high-end proposition?
So they're geared towards the retirement markets, but there's no level of care offered within the building itself. There's additional facilities that you would find otherwise to regular flats, like communal areas and an office manager that will be on site during the week. But there's no sort of specific care facilities that you would find on sort of high-end premium apartment retirement facilities.
Thank you very much. If there's no other questions, I say thank you for your time this evening. Sorry, Councillor.
So just one. The residential units seem to, according to the floor plan at least, seem to have their own kitchen areas. Yet there's a rather large lounge and dining area, which also has a kitchen area, which appears to be open plan. What's the purpose of the large area if all the units have got their own kitchens?
It's a good question. So they're self-contained flats and apartments. I suppose the ability to have some sort of facilities in the communal area could serve for sort of communal days or meetings in those areas, depending on how the apartments were run and operated. But it's the intention for the apartments themselves to be self-contained, and anything that happens in the communal hall is part of the amenity offer that the building would provide.
Okay, just one quick one.
Yeah. You said that there will be somebody there all week. Does that mean Saturday and Sunday?
Again, it's an operator dependent question. I believe so. I think there's one cleaner and one sort of office manager who deals with the admin for the block.
Day and night.
Again, this is not a planning consideration. That's going to be an operational.
It wouldn't be if they got frizzled.
No, but that's not a. I'd hate to say that's not a planning consideration, but you understand what I'm saying, yeah. If there's no other questions, I'll say thank you very much for your time this evening, and I'll open this for debate. We have a recommendation to accept. Would anybody like to make any comment? Read that recommendation, Councillor Holmes.
Right, this application. Have we seen another 3-storey place on the road? We did up at where we used to be Catherine Daly. There, McCarthy Stone, but then that is always manned all the time. There was quite recently in Nottingham a 3-storey newish house dwelling for older people, and the lifts weren't working and there was a fire. I quite honestly think that it wants to be 2-storey. I really am concerned about this, very, very concerned about that. I also asked the question about which Louise couldn't answer, about age. I think that they should be no younger than 60. The reason being that we have had in the past, I'm sure we all know, in the past we've had people in, especially Ashfordby, who have been incredibly difficult people put into an older area, and it has been so disruptive. So I would like to propose that if this does get through, that we should limit it to 60 years and over.
Yeah, there's a couple of things I just want to say that I may pass on to either side. One, this is a retirement flats. It's not a retirement home, and it's not an extra care home. And we all know my passion around extra care within this borough. So I mean, so the regulations do vary within that, but there are the fire regulations. Whether it's a 2-storey or a 3-storey, need to be sufficient for a building of that size. So, but it's not a retirement home. I fully endorse, yeah.
Because I do know that, you know, I've been into that, and it is so difficult if you don't actually say an age limit.
That part I fully agree with,
Yeah.
and I absolutely. Louise, do you want to come in?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. There's two things here. So first is the age part in terms of condition. I've come up with some wording here and I can share that with absolute pleasure. I think the second part to be mindful of is your concerns are very real and relevant, and I'm hearing them loud and clear. I just want to advise members that planning is one aspect in the development of any form of building. There will be health and safety regulations, there will be building regulations, there will be other constraints for any development to deal with. So planning, we deal with a lot. You know, we're a big part of this, but there's also other parts of the jigsaw. So I would suggest there are stronger powers to deal with the concerns that you're raising rather than planning. And they will go down to the operational management of the site, health and safety, etc. There's a stronger ability there than there is with planning legislation. Before we move on, in terms of the condition, and you mentioned 60 years or over, very happy to provide the wording for that. I would suggest the retirement apartments hereby permitted shall only be occupied by persons aged 60 years or over, or persons forming part of a household where at least one member is aged 60 years or over at the time of first occupation. The developer or site operator shall maintain a register of qualifying occupants and make this available to the local planning authority upon request. The reason for the condition would be to ensure the development meets the identified local need for retirement housing and supports the delivery of an appropriate housing mix in accordance with policy C2 and C4 of the Melton Local Plan and paragraph 63 of the National Planning Policy Framework, which seeks to address the housing needs of different groups in the community, including older people. Thank you.
I just want to pass to Tom and then Councillor Atherton and then yourself, Councillor.
It was just to give you some further reassurance on the fire stuff. So the regulatory reform order, the fire safety order 2005, will require a specific fire risk assessment to be done beforehand. That will need to look at things like evacuation plans and make sure that it is safe and can be properly evacuated, or whether it has a stay put policy or otherwise. But there is specific legislation that will have to be complied with separately, but it does exist.
So Atherton.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Whilst I support the minimum age suggestion, are we likely to fall foul of equality or discrimination laws by putting such a condition on?
No, I mean I'm looking at other places that I know it exists. Say at Gretton Court, it exists. There is an age limit within there, and some of the other facilities that the council owns. So there are already age limits within there. So I don't think that's. I'm not getting any prods from my left. So I think we're safe on that one. Councillor Gordon.
I just want to clarify something actually. When you said about a person can move in at 60 along with any relatives, family, I should imagine, and but not long after that, the 60-year-old died, but there's nobody of that retirement age. They're all younger. What happens to those? Do they have to leave?
No, so the wording of the condition is such that 60 years or over, or by persons forming part of a household where at least one member is aged 60 years or over at the time of first occupation. So it's the first occupation that captures that.
Councillor Sharp. Sorry, thank you for waiting.
No, it's fine. Louise, well, I've read some of this and that. Is it rented or is it sale? That's what's confusing me, and that it's it. I know you said there's a person there like this, but it doesn't say in here whether it's for sale or for rent, and it makes a hell of a difference on everything.
Well, in fact, I'm saying it doesn't matter. I don't know. Yeah, just from a planning point of view, and the consideration of whether we allow it or not, how the leasehold or
so how can you rule a 60-year-old then if it doesn't go, if it gets sold, a lot of those terms and conditions get void. So you could eventually have the 38.
Sorry, do you want to answer that, Lewis?
If you finished, yes. The section 106 planning conditions, any planning arrangement will stay with the building. So the occupants of the building are not, they're obviously movable, whereas the conditions and the obligations stay with the building itself. So the properties could only then either be sold or rented to somebody that met with that specific criteria.
It still seems, still seems a bit weird that if, say, like if it's been sold to someone who's 60 and their child is probably 18 at the time, and then they die, and then you've got a 16 to 18-year-old who's accepted given the thing, so where you can't go and chuck them out. So that's what's concerning me. That was all.
But would that change your view on agreeing this application or not?
Don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, that was a question to sort of say, would it, that I'm just asking the question to, so my understanding, would that change if that particular situation happened?
Well, it's bound to happen, but that's the only concern. The housing development's great, but that's the only concern on putting these restrictions on. That if it's a council property, it's rented, you've got more leverage to have people there that you want. But when it's sold off, I can't see how you can put that in any policy if it's been sold. That's my own opinion. Tom would probably be able to tell me more.
No, there's not a lot to add. All I would suggest is from a practical point of view, there's things like communal areas. From an operator point of view, I'm not sure that they would be looking to sell them. But what we're not doing is this won't restrict it, but it doesn't sound like it. And looking at the plans, it doesn't sound like that will be the case, and therefore the operator will have that in place. But as Louise said, the planning condition will run with the land, not the person. So regardless, there would still be a breach of that planning consent.
You're obviously you're obviously going to some.
Can you sit next to you, Mike?
Yes, thank you. You're obviously taking some care to answer the question, but I'm still not sure I understand the answer. So if you have a situation where you have a family unit where one person is age 60, that family unit can actually move in to live in the flat. And that could include a 60-year-old plus his wife, maybe who's 57, plus maybe a child who's, say, 21. Yeah. Now, if in fact the 60-year-old then passes over, and you've got people left in the flat who are not 60, on what I'm hearing from you, they are perfectly entitled to continue living there and using the facilities. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay, so maybe that's okay. Maybe the mother then dies and you then have the child who may be perhaps, for example, in the 20s, and they're the only people, they're the only person living there. Yeah. So you've got, say, a 24-year-old living in the flat, and there are no restrictions on him living there, and he can continue living there for decades. Slightly unusual situation, perhaps, but that's what's going to happen on the basis of what you're saying. Now, in theory, in fact, life being what it is, you could have several families who move in, who end up with the youngest member living there, who may be nowhere near retirement age. So that is the reality of what's going to happen. I think that's the point that my colleague was making. And that might be something if we stop. Forgive me. Do you want me to? Wait for a moment. I mean, I think we can all see where we're going with that. I mean, potentially you're going to have this retirement block, however you define it generally, a retirement block that is inhabited by people who are nowhere near being retirees.
Can I add that just to sort of say, you've got to remember that the majority of these are one-bedroom flats. There's only, I can't remember, 4 or 5, whatever it was, 2-bedroomed flats. So we're talking about a minor, and I'm assuming that the 60-year-old is not cohabiting with somebody younger, much younger, and so that wouldn't arise in that. So we are talking about a limited number. So we're not talking about. Again, this is my opinion, because we are speculating, and the only conditions that we can put on are the entry conditions. Or are you suggesting we should remove that condition, or there is an alternative condition?
I will stand to be corrected as ever. But I mean, I do think I've come across this requirement before, where in fact, where the parents who are over the age of 60 either pass on or leave and move to somewhere else, that younger members of the family who have lived with them have in fact been required to leave, because they're nowhere near, they're not able to comply with the condition. Now, if that is the case, then perhaps we should be aware of that and consider whether we ought to be thinking in terms of having such a condition, because otherwise we're looking at potentially the development going in a very different direction to the one that we intended to.
Louise, do you have a thought on the condition?
Yes, so we can revise it accordingly to something along the lines of: the residential units hereby approved shall be occupied only by persons aged 60 years or over, or by persons living as part of a single household with at least one person aged 60 years or over. In the case of couples, at least one partner must be aged 60 years or over at the time of first occupation. That would then tighten the wording of the condition.
Yes, I'm very grateful. I mean, obviously it's a matter for everybody, but that does rather change what we're voting on. Yeah.
Okay. Any other points? Or Councillor Gordon?
Yeah, I know that that they're going to do this anyway, but it's to do with the opening of the north of the site to the crescent for the pedestrians. Can it be reinforced with a condition? I mean, I know they're going to do it anyway, but I thought just in case, if there could be a condition on it.
So we have an approved plan condition suggested, which shows that entrance on one of the plans. It isn't good practice to double up on conditions where they're not necessary, but it is specific on the plan, which shows the pedestrian access and secures that.
Yeah, and the plan shows the green area at the end as a green area, so it can't become something else unless they want to come back for planning. But sorry, carry on for the amendment then.
No, sorry, my fault. When I read the condition out, I said the residential units. I meant the retirement apartments, so I do apologise. It's the retirement apartments hereby approved shall be occupied, etc.
So do I have anybody who would like to propose this motion? Councillor Mason, anybody? Councillor Holmes, with the amendment as read. In that case, I'd like to take that proposal to the vote. All those in favour of passing the application? And that's unanimous. Thank you, everybody. I'll call the meeting to a close at that point. Thank you, everybody, for staying so late this evening. And I'll call this meeting to a close.